platform. Suppliers, just a second, and can you see the video? Just a second. I can hear you. Just a second. Students who want to discuss sustainable fashion academic research and blog what is just to get all the industry. Even who from our team. Participants may have the opportunity to work at complex style, and they can even carry their dreams to stores. Needs of consumer, a pioneer and reliable partner in sustainable textile industry, and to bring our employees to the expected competence to develop our talent pool with we aim to reach 90%. We aim to help our suppliers by creating reliable and knowledgeable partners that and research and 2020 and 2025 dollars, and it will be funded with, in this period, and a business model that and regarding our project timeline, we will make our presentation to the Board of Management in July. Structure and complete to launching our website So thank you all. Championship'in Gurar'da and mentor Başak Taşpınar'dayım. And thank you for your contributions to Compact Turkey team. And also Impact Hub Istanbul team. And thank you for UN Global Compact Global team.
Industrial Development Bank of Turkey, our next team.
Hello.
Hi. Will you be the only one, or okay? Eren and Azara. Hi, welcome.
İpek, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We have 6 to 7 minutes.
İpek, Eren,
Can hear you.
We can hear you.
can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
Okay, maybe your colleagues can start. Now floor is yours, but
İpek,
could you please end the presentation in 6 minutes? Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay,
We can.
the floor is yours.
İpek,
Okay.
Eren, can you hear me? But hello everyone. We are participating from Industrial Development Bank of Turkey as the Sustainers team. Together with my colleagues, İpek and Eren, we feel privileged to be here with all of you and listen to other teams' projects and listen. So we would like to start with a brief presentation of TSKB. TSKB is the first privately owned development and investment bank of Turkey. As a non-deposit taking institution, TSKB funds itself primarily through qualified and teamed global funds that it obtains from international development finance institutions such as World Bank and European Investment Bank. The bank also creates its additional resources from the international debt and capital markets. Established in 1950, in the Turkish banking sector, TSKB operates in 3 business lines, which are corporate banking, investment banking, and advisory services. As of first quarter 2020, the total asset size has reached approximately to 40. COVID-19 crisis. Agree. Disasters and crises can be accelerators and create opportunities for change. We are
2050, and three items mentioned in this context will also affect the EU's other trading partners, including Turkey. These items that we can evaluate more as risks today point out that when we consider both our customers exporting to the EU and TSKB itself, relevant actions should be taken from now on. In this regard, we have created our solution idea by evaluating our idea services we can offer to our from collaboration with our different stakeholders, such as DFIs, mission clubs, and all our other investors as a first step. Then we aim to identify a pilot group from sectors included in taxonomy model to interview with different industry associations, companies, and to conduct comprehensive sector analysis. We consider that we can include the EU technical alignment realizing the implementation
Yes, KB is a bank that if you deal and you for TS group hence need regulations and taxonomy. Bring look at our bank is devoted to work together with all our European deal and youth considering climate change adaptation will be effective at the end of 2021. We will get
Thank you, Eren and İpek and Alara. Since we ran out of time, now we should finish our session. And I thank all our all team members, all our audience for joining our session. And now I will lead the floor to next session.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So up next, so can I get the team from Standard Life Aberdeen, please? We have Kate, Meredith, and Rachel. The floor is yours, guys. Have fun.
Hi. Rachel and Meredith, can you both hear me okay?
Yeah.
Right, okay, for allowing us to have a booth today. This is very exciting. So the purpose of us is the Sustainable Development Goals. We're going to share our experiences as young women within this industry that is traditionally seen as quite traditional and exclusive. And lastly, to discuss and reflect on the programme. The session will be a kind of chat style discussion, informal, talking about our personal experiences. So please post your questions into the box and we will look to address them towards the end. So to start with, who are we? We work for Standard Life Aberdeen, which is a global investment company managing £500 billion in assets worldwide, making us the largest active asset manager within the future. And we have the unique opportunity. And just last week, we're very proud to say that our CEO, Keith Skeoch, was a signatory to an open letter to the UK Prime Minister that encouraged the use of the UN Sustainable Development Goals in the UK's recovery strategy to COVID-19. So moving back to us three, my name is Kate McGrath. I graduated from Durham University in the UK just 2 years ago, and I've been working at Standard Life Aberdeen ever since. Which is environmental, social. A bit more about your role and background, please.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm also in the ESG team. I've worked in the company for nearly 3 years. So the majority of that's been participating in the grad scheme, which has been really good. I rotated throughout various locations and various teams. And then for the past year or so, I've been in a research role with the ESG team. And before I started the company, I studied biochemistry.
Hi everyone, my name is
Meredith, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
I've been working in the asset management industry for 4 years, and for the past 2 years, I've been working as a diversity and inclusion consultant. So the benefits of having a diverse workforce are really well documented in terms of increased innovation and problem solving. And my job is really to make sure we've got the right mix of people to solve client problems. So I mainly focus on goal 5, gender equality, number 8, fair work and economic growth, and number 10, reduced inequalities. So to kick us off and to give our listeners today a bit of a sense around what we do and our industry's impact, Rachel, could you talk a little bit around what sustainable development goals the asset management industry impacts and how?
Yeah. So how can asset management interact with the SDGs? The goals are far-reaching in their scope, and achieving these is going to require an enormous collaborative effort. You're going to need governments and policymakers, regulators, academia and research, philanthropy, and corporations. So the goals are really going to guide policy and funding for the next 15 years and act as a great framework to ensure all these efforts are aligned, and especially with the greatest area of need. Cost of achieving the goals is around $5 to $7 trillion annually, and that's where asset management can come into play. Asset managers with a global value of over $80 trillion in assets under management will have an integral role to play in furthering the goals. So by allocating capital in line with the SDGs, asset managers can effectively impact the goals, whether that's through investment in education, healthcare, sustainable manufacturing or infrastructure, or environmental impact investing. This involves investing capital for a financial return in companies that have environmental or social goals at the heart of their commercial strategies. How we measure this impact or how the data is used to progress this is an important thing to be considered for this. But we feel that the needle's kind of moving a bit from a lot of the ESG work that's been done previously has been around kind of avoiding the negative investments, so exclusions of companies that are deemed to have a negative impact in the space, and kind of turning that on its head and instead promoting investing in those that are promoting a positive change instead. Change is through engagement. So companies are increasingly coming under pressure to report in line with their SDG impact. And through effective engagement, asset managers can encourage best practice, alignment with the SDGs at a company level, or encourage improved disclosure from the company. And that's a really big part of what we do in the ESG team. Mm-hmm. So through capital allocation with the SDGs in mind, financial returns can be achieved while still delivering on environmental and social progress. The popularity of investments in the ESG space is growing, and I think sentiment is shifting as investors are increasingly aware of the magnitude of the work that's going to be required to enact change on this broad range of issues: climate change, growing inequality, and unsustainable consumption that we're facing at the moment. I think the industry is ready to meet that, and it's great to work in a growing investment space and have the opportunity to be the people that are going to enact this change.
Opportunity to really influence change and use capital as a force for good. But what would you say is really our industry in terms of how receptive they are to changing and innovating for the Sustainable Development Goals?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in fact, I would say that the industry is very receptive. I think it's an absolute misconception that the industry of finance, basically, people think that fund managers and portfolio managers live in this fast-paced environment and investing in thin stock, completely inaccurate. As a long-term investment that are sustainable are those that will be there in the long term and that will generate a longer-term profit. So I hope that summarises the world of sustainable investment a little bit and kind of gives across our views and our positive hopes for the future. But Meredith, your role isn't in ESG, your role is a little bit different. I understand you work in the diversity and inclusion team, which is such an important topic, a little bit how your role impacts
Yeah,
SDGs.
absolutely. So my role is really a bridge between what we do externally and internally. So externally, we need to ensure that diversity and inclusion and things like fair employment concerns are really taken into account through our investment approach and how we research companies. But then internally, we need to consider how we recruit people and how we develop diverse people. And organizations that are really living out the UN Global Compact's 10 principles need to be looking at both sides. Otherwise, the benefits that diversity can unlock just really won't be achieved. That needs to start with us. So we can't ask other organizations to change if we're not taking. So, we know that 10% of fund managers are women in the UK out there. So there's really, really a lot to do.
That's great, thanks for that. I'm kind of wondering, talking about action, are there any practical actions that the audience should be asking or questioning their companies when they join them in terms of diversity and inclusion?
Yeah, absolutely. So and change makers, it's really our job to ask hard questions. So we can ask things like, are companies, do they have a long-term track record on diversity and inclusion, and they're looking at the benefits that brings for the business, or is it just kind of a fad? Are we just seeing diverse people lower down the company but not at board level? So yeah, that's one practical thing people can do, really challenge and ask hard questions.
Clearly improving on diversity and inclusion is important to our industry. But the importance of this generally has been highlighted globally this week following the tragic death of George Floyd and the protests in the wake of this. In a sector that can receive criticism for a lack of diversity, how can we use our skills as innovators?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to entirely stand behind the UN Secretary General's statement around everyone's responsibility to really stand with people of colour on this. We know there's a real problem of underrepresentation of people of colour in our industry. 1% of UK fund managers in UK are black. 1%. So this action needs to be really industry-wide, also organisational-wide, and at an individual level. And obviously I'm a white woman and 3 of us are white women, but I really stand quite proudly as an ally in this space. And I think we've all got the capacity to be change makers and challenge this. And 3 steps here. So firstly, we start in this kind of fear zone where we want to be comfortable. We don't really want to actually challenge some of our own privilege that we might have. But then we really need to move forward into a learning zone. So a place where we will get uncomfortable and we'll ask questions about racism and about systemic inequalities, and we'll make ourselves vulnerable and really seek out people of colour's opinion. And then finally move into a growth zone. So only by asking those questions, move forward. So now is absolutely not the time to be quiet. So for everyone listening, in whichever country we're joining from today, it's...
Thanks, that's really great. I think I'll take some practical actions from that and try and educate myself and have these uncomfortable conversations and really ask the questions that need to be asked. So thanks very much for those practical actions as an ally.
Definitely, and I'm very aware that we're speaking from a position as 3 young women, and obviously age and opinions on actually what does it feel like to be young often receives criticism for its lack of diversity.
I think for me just now, at the start of my career, I feel in a pretty good place. I really enjoy the role of YSG, means that we're pretty diverse in our age range as a team. It seems to be a popular team to join, so quite a few grads and interns joined recently. Rotational program. I got to work with a lot of different teams around the company in lots of different locations, and that really showed me the opportunities that are available to us. I think the industry can get some flack, but organisations such as we've got an internal organisation called the Young Persons Development Network, which Kate's involved in running, was really useful when I moved to new locations, didn't know many people. It really highlighted the number of young people in our organisation, and it's been a really great forward for this programme as well. It was a really fantastic opportunity for that. It's great to speak to other young people that are similarly motivated to make change, surrounded by people that are motivated to reach for the same goals. Very regimented environment, very regulated type of work, but the encouragement that we've had from colleagues while we took part in it really reminded me that I do work for a forward-thinking company that is determined to innovate, and that there is an audience for the voices of young people and millennials within the company and the industry.
I'd really agree with that, actually. I've had a really positive experience as a young person working in the asset management industry. I was absolutely shocked that a big firm like this actually big ticket topics that I'd been super interested in at university. So yeah, I'd actually completely resonate with your positive experience. Meredith, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I think for me this has been a really great opportunity, and actually it's come at a really interesting touch around how this has happened in terms of on diversity inclusion. This program's come at a time where I've seen huge changes in our world. So, you know, the passing and the murder of George Floyd, and also the global response has been something that has been really important. And like I say, we're in the UN in terms of anti-terror is actually saying very, very.
Thanks for that, Meredith, and thanks for that once we've finished this. So thanks for keeping the conversation going.
Kate, how do you think young people can change the asset management industry?
Yes, thank you. Good question. So actually, let's continue Meredith's theme here of kind of looking internally and at young people, and so not only within the business, but but also that kind of external world in the context that's going on at the moment with the protests and Black Lives Matter movement. So young people are future leaders, and these future leaders are currently protesting about the current ways of thinking that have actually got us here in the state where protests really are quite the norm. We've got the biggest social movement of our generation currently happening right now. We've also got the largest environmental movement. We've got Extinction Rebellion happening as well. And it's a really, really sad truth that the traditional way of thinking has got the world into this state. So the rhetoric is changing, and I want to really put a positive light on this. We are a generation of brave, demanding people who know that business as usual is just not good enough. Translate to the workplace within this generation. We are people who take our whole selves to work. We're not afraid to speak up. Finance is typically pale, stale, and male, and I am one very excited to see the change in diversity that hopefully will be coming any moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think really important that we all play an active part in that. And in addition to the resource that we can all be doing in this space. So, for example, I mentioned earlier around asking hard questions, but this absolutely extends to ethnicity and systemic inequalities here. So I would encourage everyone here to be thinking around, is the company that you're working for, or even the company that you've started, if you're an entrepreneur, are you having a knee-jerk reaction to this situation and the Black Lives Matter movement now? You know, does your organisation have an action plan to address ethnic minority representation? And if so, have people of colour actually been involved in its creation? And are the commitments in there that really, really matter to making your organisation a more diverse place to work? So I think there's a lot of really practical things that people can be doing, and I'd say that we don't need to wait to be change makers in this space. We can start right now if you've not already done so.
Thanks for that, Meredith. I know that you do a lot of work with the different networks as well within Standard Life Aberdeen, and I think that's really important that there are groups within the finance community where so that's excellent.
No problem.
So actually, if we go back to Rachel's initial question about how young people change the asset management industry. So we talked internally a little bit about future leaders, and that was a really exciting discussion. But also, I'd just like to myself and Rachel were talking earlier about sustainable finance and impact investing, and these are things that I hope are, and I mean, we are a generation that likes to have things at our fingertips. We like to have Airbnb, we've got delivery, we've got Uber, literally at our phones. But it's quite exciting. Well, we could align. Excited to see how young people in our generation actually wants to direct not only our time to social movements and social causes, but also our finances, and hopefully we actually do have a lot of power in this space, and I do think that young people today can take action to support movements in a variety of ways, and sustainable finance is hopefully one of the ways that
yeah, definitely a lot of practical things that people can take forward there.
So the time is now 4:52, and we haven't got any questions in the box, but please do feel free to add them there. So if not, we can just do a few. So Rachel, let's start with you. So did you learn what you thought you would on the YSIP program, and how do you think this program will influence your day job going forward?
Yeah, so I think the thing I was most looking forward to when I signed up was working with such a wide range of other companies, and that was a really good highlight of the program. I learned a lot around different ways of working, how different businesses will approach the projects that they're working on, a lot of focus throughout the activities that we took part in was around presenting, and that was really useful because it forced us to articulate our project, often to those with a non-financial background, and kind of step in and out of a finance bubble. It also made me a bit more aware of us as a company, so where we sit in terms of sustainability. And it made me much more aware of the size and the capability of our business. So it like made me enthusiastic to be able to act on that. The meeting hosts also made a huge difference. So we met with companies actually putting great ideas into practice. One of the highlights for me was meeting with the recycling project in London. The work they discussed was so forward thinking, and then they'd actually put that into practice in their office environment. So there's a lot of recycled and upcycled furniture, computing equipment. The doors and tables were made out of recycled glass and recycled plastic. Just everything around the office, from the carpet to the shower, had been thought of in terms of the sustainability of it. And I find being in that environment really took the programme to another level in terms of enhancing the programme's content. I was the SDGs previously, but being immersed in a programme where we were given the opportunity to hear from people directly furthering these was great. My role specifically can be quite data-driven and quite quantitative on a day-to-day basis. So it was really refreshing to be able to take a step back, and kind of just really inspirational to hear from so many people who've taken an idea or problem quite long or in certain timeframes and a range of different barriers. And then they were working on those regardless of how far it took them from their comfort zone. And that really just inspired me to be kind of bigger and broader and bolder in my own thinking. So yeah, I can't emphasize enough how much of a great opportunity it was.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally agree with some of your points there, Rachel. It's been a real inspiring. It's helped me really move forward in my thinking around where I position myself in our company and in our sector. So I feel like my job is often about agitating for change and having a vision of a better, more equal future, and trying to get there and trying to push a company to get there faster, which can be really, really slow and challenging sometimes. So it's helped me move away from the space of thinking, actually, am I being too critical or too disruptive in a negative way? And actually more step into an identity and really here to be a catalyst for change. So for me, it's been a really good, really, really positive personal experience. What about you, Kate? Anything else that you would add?
And I'd love to continue that forward. A YSIP participant really opened a lot of doors for us internally. We could put that badge on an email and really get some really positive conversations and discussions going without seeming to be negatively disruptive. So yeah, thank you for explaining that point. Yeah, the program was really great, and it was amazing to meet so many people on the network doing so many different jobs that I didn't even know existed. So yeah, really inspiring to hear from so many people.
Thanks, Kate. Just to wrap up, in summary, I think we'd really like to say just how much we enjoyed participating in the programme overall, stress how much we learned during our time on the programme, and thank the hosts and coordinators.
We'll enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Can I invite the PA? Anu and Suk, are you there? Yes.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Anu.
Hello. Where are your other? Oh.
Here he comes. The boy himself.
And David. Hi, David.
There we go. Hi, how you guys doing?
Good, thanks. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Take the floor.
Cheers. Just waiting for Stephen. Stephen.
We're one person down. We'll give him a couple of minutes.
How you doing, David?
Very good, thanks, guys. Very good. Let's.
Just getting a message through from him now.
Well, why don't we make a start while Steve looks to come on, and he'll be with us in a moment, I'm sure.
Sure.
Brilliant. Well, everybody who's tuning in, co-lead at PA Consulting, and I'm very excited to be sharing what I know will be a thought-provoking 25 minutes of discussion with hopefully change in order to achieve the SDGs. So moving beyond the incremental and being truly breakthrough. And for me, that's what the YSIP program, or Young SDG Innovative Program, is all about. It is about identifying and developing the sustainable leaders of tomorrow, and through actually implementing a breakthrough project of their own, contributing to move forward the SDGs. And that's why I'm really pleased to be joined by 3 YSIPers today, and their sponsor from PA, introduce yourself to me in just a moment and tell me a little bit about you, your role in PA, and how you work with the SDGs. And then we'll go into a few questions about why what
compact. About an area to where annual index sits. And my work day to day with SDGs is actually working with very large clients, so some corporate banks, international banks, but also some small startups, and help them to take them to market as well. I'm also quite heavily involved in PA's work around the circular economy. So as part of our membership, so that's me. Anu?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm Anu Solanki. I'm a material scientist at PA. And so throughout my PhD and my early career, I've really taken inspiration from nature to develop new products and use scientific principles to deliver business value. And these two things coming together is really where my day-to-day work around sustainability lies. So when a client comes to us with a challenge to make a product or a process more sustainable, sure we deliver something that not only has a lower or a better impact, but also delivers business value to the client.
So I would breadth of kind of public services and kind of operational services as well. And what I've noticed actually in my realm of work, and why it's pretty exciting to be into sustainability and in public services right now, is that it's never been higher on the government agenda. You know, we've been talking about net zero carbon commitments. There's tens of different kind of commitments and strategies now that explicitly recognize the circular economy. And now, of course, we're talking a lot about building back better. A co-signatory of a recent letter from, from from small and large organizations, calling for, you know, a more socially just and green kind of recovery from COVID-19. So yeah,
and most of what I do is around applying utilities and things like that. The circular economy and sustainability proposition globally in PA. And so one of the things that I enjoy most is joining those two things together. So how can I help organizations to grow by applying sustainable development and make
a few questions. So Lyndon, tell me a little bit about how you guys actually got involved in the YSIP program in the first place.
So it probably all started with us being members of the sustainability and circular economy community at PA. So those of us within the organisation who are particularly focused on sustainability and circular economy projects and kind of expanding our role in the market there. And hundreds of us you know, clients are really consultancy and what's more innovative and transformative than sustainability. We've got partnerships as well. Part of that so I'm sure I can speak for the other two, when we were pretty over the moon to be given the news. And for me, I think the first thing that kind of rushed through my head when I was very quickly making the decision
Did you choose to support the YSIP program?
because it's something that's totally aligned with PA's purpose as a whole. So our purpose is, we believe in the power of ingenuity to build a positive human future in a technology-driven world. And that means that our culture and our people are all incredibly passionate about how the projects we do affect humans and the world around us. And so actually, Dave, you asked the wrong question, which is, I think it was more challenging to figure out how to beat people off with a stick who wanted to be part of the program, and narrowing it down to the three people and the three people in our future, Anu and Suk and Lyndon, the opportunity to really double down on that and imagine how things can come. Because he was saying, right, well, I've got a bit of business design to solve something here. I've got some material science down to finding solutions to the wicked problems that the SDGs threw up requires really intricate, ingenious solutions. combination
and our thinking much further. Other YSIP sort of get together during the camps and support and learn from each other and challenge each other. And as SLA was saying,
and Anu, I think the question everyone wants to know is what was the actual solution you created? Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
PA predominantly works on client work. So at the very start was through this network, developed a framework on how you think about embedding the SDGs at a really practical project level. So what are the questions that you might ask? How would you think about different options? How would you set most importantly, how do you do all of that? So a lot of the incentivization work was Suk's work. I don't know if you want to explain a bit about that.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. So I think particularly in the sort of sustainability part of the business, we have an interest group which has consultants from different parts of the business. Making a difference and having a meaningful career is certainly something that we talk a lot about within our community, and certainly, obviously, sustainability has been quite key to that and quite particularly growth across the organisation, and also part of our purpose, as Steve mentioned. We designed a reward and recognition system that puts a focus on delivering projects in an ingenious way and driving the SDGs forward. And this celebrates at team level, so our assignment level, as we call it, and also at individual level for consultants as well. And this is very much aligned to a process that we already have within PA, and very much speaks to some of the stuff that's been mainly about embedding it into business strategy and how companies work. We took our existing process for setting objectives against assignments that we work on with our clients and our partners, and actually using the framework to bring life and meaning to the SDGs for what's already quite a transformative space. Lots of clients trying to do really interesting things, but tying the business goals, the SDG goals into them with their business goals is kind of what we focused on. So, and in doing that, in putting together the framework, we've had an opportunity to bring the breadth of PA's experience and the UNGC's best practice on breakthrough innovation to help our clients to think a bit more exponentially, and breakthrough business models can help to solve the SDG challenges, both at the strategic level, but also in terms of practical implementation as well. So that was really
kind of take this out. Individuals and teams that are PA already has an existing platform we've created for overseas development aid with a FCO project, sorry, a foreign office project. And beautiful way, lots of data to make things that are meaningful and create reports that are really quickly and that kind of thing. And that could potentially stimulate, again, a bit of competition within organizations, between organizations, or also let making sure you're through impact.
Another team and PA working on this already. So clearly there's multiple YSIP or working on the YSIP program. There's clearly multiple YSIP. Anu, I don't know.
Yeah, so we've been in a really unique position at PA where we've, like you said, also had colleagues from the Denmark office taking part in this program. And what's been really interesting is that we've all started at the same point, but we've developed really distinct solutions that are really complementary to each other. So what we're doing now is we're pulling these together and figuring out how we continue to take the outputs of this YSIP program forwards within PA.
Brilliant. And Lyndon, you've already touched on this a bit, but what was the need you were seeking to address with the project?
Yeah, that was actually that was probably one of the things we spent a long time on. So whole breadth of skills we can apply is the issue that we want to address with our YSIP proposition. Was quite challenging, and we went through a lot of different ideas. We kind of thought about, for instance, like a specific proposition to help organizations achieve net zero. But we kind of put a hold on that when we discovered actually a number of our other colleagues already progressing something like that. We didn't want like creating a sibling organization kind of the cost versus actually what the benefits would be out of that. It didn't seem necessarily worth it. So what we ultimately looked at was and agreed on was something that would be applicable across the whole breadth of the work that we do. So potentially kind of a root and branch change the way that we approach projects and the way that potentially our clients approach projects. And this builds on the framework for breakthrough innovation that Valens and PA and the UN Global Compact will recommend anyone listening to this to check out that breakthrough innovation framework. It was central to kind of what a lot of YSIP was about, and it's something that can be really valuable and be applied across the whole life. But taking it a step further of, okay, what does this really mean for kind of project teams, and how can you really like apply it, and what questions do you ask when applying it to an organization, and then of course a platform to kind of support the reporting against that. So yeah, that's kind of how we what we picked.
Yeah, that's right, Lyndon. I think our, as we were going through the process, it actually took a long time to come up with the right solution. I'm sure the other YSIP groups would agree, because we kept testing ourselves against, what represents 10 times innovation, exponential growth. How can we best do that and deliver that? And being the kind of business that we are, our impact. And as mentioned, they're seeking to, many of them are seeking to address the SDGs and address sustainability, but don't know where to start. So our framework provides a basis for actually, getting that discussion going in the right place, in the right part of the organisation, helping to devise strategy, saw the most impact rather than some of the other options that we discounted specifically.
And I guess one of the other things, sorry, David, to think about when you're thinking about the long-term impact is just making sure that you've got a solution that has that long-term viability within your organization. And so for me, it was a realization that to make real breakthrough innovation around these SDGs, we not only need to consider how your company would align to the SDGs, but we need to show how it delivers value. So value to the stakeholders, how does it empower teams, how does it to work on more impactful projects, and how does it support the people in the organization that can help spread this message? And all of these things come together to make sure we're
Well, a couple of comments. One is the framework that the UNGC published and that you yourself, Dave, and Mark Lancelot and Valance led the development of. I think so I do encourage everyone to listen into Mark and Slot, which is I struggled to figure out how to explain, but it's in an hour and 40 minutes from British summertime, and that's in the SDG futures. I would make is that PA is the whole stone. And my view on that is that building the tools and the capabilities that then allow the other organizations around the world to build on that. And that way we're providing a multiplier effect. We're massively, disproportionately more impactful than we would be on our own. And if we take the framework that you created, Dave, with Mark, and spread that around, then anyone can pick it up and learn how to show that their projects are contributing to the tailored projects so that more impact. And what I wanted to do was to encourage Lyndon, Anu, and Suk to think about that kind of lens. How can we help provide and that's it comes back on us. It comes back on PAs. It forces us to take a cold, hard look at ourselves. So, well, what does this mean for PA? How do we learn from this? How do we look at ourselves? How do we choose projects that align with the SDGs? And how do we help clients to choose projects that align with the SDGs? And how do we continue to build on our role within that?
And remind me, guys, how long's the program been running for? How long was the project period?
It's a 10-month period overall.
10 months, and so over that period, you guys must have had a lot of good news. What would be one of your highlights?
The highlight, I guess, for me is definitely the workshops. So practically, they've given us as a team some dedicated time to work on this project, but they've also been a really good mix of learning new content and developing ideas with the rest of the cohort. So that mix of working in our project teams, then working across all other organizations, I think all of that co-development has made all of our ideas a lot stronger. I don't know if you would agree, Lyndon.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's been so valuable, and people obviously themselves nominated as some of the most passionate and capable young members of their organizations to work on it. We were talking earlier, and about how we're over that. In one sense, this program's over, although of course, you know, we've got that network, and we'll be speaking to those people for a long time to come. But I think as well, I mean, as well as that being inspired by people, I really liked how there was a lot of really practical things, breakthrough innovation, as you mentioned, that's kind of outlined in that framework, but also walking us through it, different ways of thinking about the problem approach here, side of thing. And it really opened my mind as well about how I should think about the SDGs and think about sustainability. And you know, even now, it's really changed the way that and really improved the way that I kind of work with clients. You know, incrementalism can be a really common thing that you see, especially I'll admit in the public sector. And so now regularly I'm talking with people, whether it's about sustainability or whether it's about any kind of issue that we're approaching. Can we rethink the entire model of how we're doing this? Can we think about bringing in disruptive technology? Are there ways that, you know, AI can change things? Are there ways that we can bring in, you know, Internet of Things devices? Can we completely restructure markets or impact? Never being ashamed of that. I think not sounds better. And of course, when I started poverty, zero hunger, like, you know, God, that's a bit of a wild stretch. Pick something practical, but now I really understand that it's only by really aiming for that can you transform the way that you think about problems, and to really just blowing my mind open really in how I approach problems and questions.
Brilliant. And well, Suk.
Yeah, so I'd agree with Annie and Lyndon. I think for me the biggest thing is being inspired. Perhaps a lot of people would think that YSIP's like a training course. It's nothing like that. It's really a great place to learn and be exposed to methods and tools, but actually really introduced to lots of case studies, lots of success stories, you know, keynotes, but also inspiration in other forms as well through some of the field trips that we've been on. It's really helped us to sort of think more broadly about design, about some of the stuff that Annie was talking about in terms of nature, what we can learn from there. So really it was a good place to be inspired and sort of think more broadly. Thank you to the hosts and coordinators for putting on those camps. It was really brilliant and actually, as I say, very inspiring. So that was the main takeaway. And something that I think was a bit unexpected.
So the thing that I'm taking most from this is hope, because I don't know how everyone else feels, but I look at the SDGs and say they're absolutely brilliant and we should absolutely go for them, but they're really daunting. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, I just have no idea where to start as over the course of this program. From unwillingness to accept that. An unwillingness to say that it's just too much, therefore I should just give that desire to do something transformational, to meet the SDGs and to come up with ways of meeting them. That has been really rewarding for me, and I thank you all for it.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, there's an endorsement, have I heard wrong? How do you keep that momentum? And how do you...
If I can, David. So I think for us it's to test this out with. We're already making some inroads towards that. So that's really, I think, the next phase for us, and you know, bringing it to life and taking it forward in that way. Perhaps the biggest thing as well from PA to sort of support us with that.
And what do you hope the impact will be coming out of all of that, Anu?
Yeah, so I'll take that if that's okay. So personally, I'm hoping we can have an impact, in all honesty, on 3 levels. So firstly, on a really personal level, I've learned a huge amount through this program, and I've already started implementing the softer skills, like how do you tell compelling stories and state the benefits of that. Secondly, I'd like to see an impact at PA, and I'm hoping we can use this program to develop the great work we're already doing around the SDGs and empower more people to work on more meaningful projects and really drive that positive change. And thirdly, I'm really hoping that we can have a global reach with this project. Using forward.
That's been a fantastic discussion from my point of view. It looks like we're pretty much out of time there, so I don't think we're going to have time to take any questions. But what we might do is just say thank you very much, guys, and we'll finish the conversation here.
Sure. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you,
We've
Cynthia.
got our yeah. Thank you, Cynthia. We've got our LinkedIn's on the chat.
Brilliant. Thank you so much to all of you at PA Consulting, and it was really great to hear some of your highlights from the So welcome to those people who might just be tuning in to us now. We are about to hear from another UK YSIP team, and this time it is the Hogan Levels team. So I will be welcoming over to you guys.
Green quickly.
And I think we're also waiting for our colleague Amy as well.
My screen.
We can. I believe we're still waiting for our colleague Amy to join. Amy, please.
Okay, great. We'll wait for a few minutes then.
So I think that Amy is just joining us now. Lovely. Hello, Amy.
Joining us for our session at this Young SDG Innovators Lounge. We are all from Hogan Lovells, and today we're going to be presenting to you about how legal advisors can be fit for the future. In particular, we're going to be thinking about how lawyers can truly integrate the SDGs. So before we kick off with the main bit of our presentation, we thought we'd give you some background to Hogan Lovells and to each of us. To start with Hogan, 46 offices worldwide and over 2,600 lawyers. So it truly is global in its law firms in the world. And this is operating within a huge legal services industry. It's estimated that over the course of the next 5 years, the legal services industry will be worth over $1 trillion globally. So when we're talking to you today about the potential that lawyers have to contribute to the SDGs and to drive alignment with the SDGs through their client interactions, we're talking about exponential potential and really significant growth. So my name's Amy Cleves. I work in the London office. I sit as a lawyer in the infrastructure, energy, resources and projects team. And we thought we'd tell you, so my favourite SDG is SDG 5.
Hello everyone, I'm Fabienne Grass. I work in the firm's corporate responsibility team and manage our UK Responsible Business Programme. My favourite SDG is SDG 13, Climate Action.
Hi everyone, my name is Rhianne Lewis and I'm a Pro Bono Associate at Hogan Lovells. The SDG that I'm most interested in is SDG 10, and that's reduced inequalities. How can legal advisors be fit for the future? And in order to answer that, we're going to separate the product. Why? Why is it important to integrate all 17 SDGs into our legal advice? How? How can lawyers innovate within a traditional industry? We know that the legal sector is quite traditional. And what can businesses and their lawyers do to ensure their brand and purpose are legally embedded? That section will be really relevant to the non-lawyers in the audience, because it's about working with your legal advisors effectively and embedding your brand, your business's purpose into legal documents and ultimately protecting that purpose. So firstly, the why. Why is it important to integrate all 17 Sustainable Development Goals into legal advice?
we need to understand where lawyers are now and how law firms have traditionally integrated the SDGs and interacted with them. Is about SDG 16. That's peace, justice, and strong institutions. So that should, and then look below that goal, and you've got target 3. At its most basic level, human rights are how to exercise those rights. That's the rule of law. Every time a case is litigated, the rule of law, and that's goal 16. Secondly, a way in which law firms would traditionally engage with the SDGs tends to be a deeply personal one. And that's down to individual lawyers who are really passionate about sustainability, and they bring that to work and they build it in. And then thirdly, a way to be worked through their CSR department or their pro bono department. So pro bono means for the public good. And it's about where the public get free legal advice where they would not otherwise have access to justice. But the way in which, so if you look at that I co-wrote about a year ago, which was all about raising awareness. So we wrote that because it was the run-up to Brexit. We did not know what their rights were, and they did not know how to stay living in the UK. We didn't think young people would really engage with, so we decided that we would write a comic. Because it's about transparency. It's about widening access to justice for young people. And that goes to the rule of law. This project. SDG 10, reduced inequality. So I've spoken about the three, and particularly in relation to pro bono and CSR, law firms can be very innovative in engaging. But I think it's still important to realise that there are gaps within the system to embed all 17 SDGs into our legal advice. And Amy is going to talk a little bit about why.
Thanks, Brianne. Law firms are currently contributing to the SDGs in a number of initiatives. When we drive all 17 of the SDGs through its core legal work, it's everyday legal advice that it works with clients across geographies and industries. Why do we think it's so critical, not just for Hogan Lovells, but for all law firms to integrate all of the 17 SDGs into their legal advice? It really starts with the heart. As we've already huge scale and huge potential, given its unique positioning and relationship with lawmakers, governments, public services, private sector, social enterprises, and charities to make a huge impact and change. The potential for that impact and the potential for that to be values and goes to speak to the but this also makes sense that this has a strong business case. Primarily, it's about responding to client demand. Our clients are operating in a new world, a world where ESG commitments set them apart from their competitors and make sure they outperform on a long-term basis. It's also a world in which investors are looking for social purpose and factors. So failure to recognise that sustainable job properly. Moreover, where it reported that all top 5 of the most likely risks were to do with environmental risk, sustainability really is now a legal risk and one that needs to be considered not just from an operational perspective, but from a reputational perspective. Millennial demand and consumerism is in stakeholders over single focus on shareholder return. So ultimately, this gives lawyers new market opportunities to build their relationships with access new markets, where there's potentially $1 trillion of market opportunity relating to the SDG implementation. So lawyers can upskill to deliver the value and the impact that they're themselves. This leads to strong marketing and brand purpose as well, and we think that can really separate one law from another. Really a lot of good work going on, but there's potential for far more good work. Really innovate within a traditional industry and also talk about our SDG solution. We're seeking to implement it at Hogan Lovells at the moment.
Great, thank you, Amy. So advancement towards the SDGs requires innovative initiative. It needs to be built into our core business for innovation. Currently, only 30% of firms have someone dedicated to the responsibility of law firm innovation. So often, an effective method of innovating within the legal sector is to collaborate. This helps to remove hesitations by individual firms taking action on an agenda and helps to remove internal barriers as entrepreneurs who show that an agenda is compliant with Global Legal Hackathon, which aims to unleash the talents and creativity of the world's legal industry to collaboratively innovate solutions to the most pressing legal, regulatory, and civil society challenges posed this year by the COVID-19 crisis. Another example is the Chance Relay Project, a focus to develop new contracts and model laws to help fight climate change. The project has been extremely effective, with in-house lawyers and lawyers within firms working together collaboratively to produce a climate contract playbook and green paper of model laws. Now, the main industry is to help drive systematic change. However, because you are waiting for the movement to be grown from within a sector, the industry has to work together, and this can often prove to be a approach. The sector often sees that there are 3 main barriers to overcome when trying to innovate internally. We tried this before, it didn't work, so we're not going to try unless you can guarantee that it will work. Or finally, who else has tried this? Ultimately, innovation comes down to attitude, which for a business like a law firm means in adopting new ways of doing things are those with leaders who take innovation seriously. At Hogan Lovells, we're proud to be part of a firm where innovation has been a core element of our culture for a long time. We have a global head of innovation, and the FT has recognised us as a leader in innovation for the past 4 years. Yet, as many of these can be challenging, as they are often seen as an initiative participation within the YSIP programme grew out of our sustainability and pro bono team. So being part of the YSIP team, we had to be prepared to disrupt this structure, to help in a way that would not be so disruptive. Additionally, by focusing our solution on gaining valuable insights for our clients by collecting and analysing new data, we are able to break the traditional structure and help tip the business on its head to highlight how our solution briefly on the situation that we find ourselves in today. The COVID-19 crisis and Black Lives Matter movement has further highlighted the need for the expectations to act as for a different way of doing things. So we are now going to Hogan Lovells to help advance the fulfilment of the SDGs. So for the past 10 months, Amy, Rian and I have been participating in SDG solution unique to our business. The premise of our solution is a law firm through our client work. We want to understand and our solution will measure our SDG contribution to produce clients and sector reports to then engage and work with clients to understand SDG related risks and opportunities, grow our impact and business.
Our solution fits into 3 stages. So the first stage is all about education. We know that there are some of our colleagues that do not know about, we've built an e-learning module, and we hope that everyone in the business will be able to complete that and do so on a yearly basis. And that e-learning module talks about what the SDGs are, but also in terms of the impact on the legal industry more widely. Have an SDG champion. So to talk about examples of why, and the reason for that is that we want the trust so that people see that the SDGs are. The second stage is all about data analysis. Can have on the SDGs is through its. So for every year, we want to see which SDGs are actually to change the way that we approach our work, because it's about looking at our work within a wider framework of the SDGs. And our impact, which brings the analysis that we've done, and we want to be able to. So from the data analyses we engage through our client work, but we'll understand our clients better. We'll get to understand where they're moving in terms of the SDGs and hopefully work with them in terms of creating more SDG related work and being able to better support them through existing practice areas that we have through the firm. So to summarise, there's 3 ways that we win. The second is about data analysis of what our current impact is through our clients, and that's together with our clients.
Thanks, Rianne. So to bring our YSIP solution to life, I'm now going to talk you through this fictional example for how our solution works in practice. Windy Life want to build a wind farm off the coast of South Africa. Hogan Lovells are being asked to advise Windy Life on the regulatory framework behind building an offshore wind farm that does not harm the rich aquatic wildlife around the proposed site. Whenever we get a new instruction from a client, we have to log the client matter on our internal IT system called INTAP, which enables us to track all of our client work across the firm. Our YSIP solution is going to use this system to track the SDG impact of all client matters by adding in a simple question that lawyers will have to complete. Which SDG does identify the SDGs and specific targets underneath that the matter relates to? This will help us understand the SDG impact of our client work, produce client and sector reports to enable us to better understand the SDG-related risks and opportunities, to then collaboratively work with clients to grow that SDG impact and sustainable business.
Thank you to Fabian and Miriam for talking us through both innovation within the legal industry. So to wrap up our session, we're going to talk a little bit about the what. What does it look like when businesses and their lawyers collaborate to ensure that businesses' brand and purpose are legally embedded to drive sustainable growth? Now, there's going to be as many clients out there as there are legal pieces of advice that relate to integrating sustainability. But we already have a framework that we use at Hogan Lovells that we thought we'd talk you through at a high level here by way of example. So at Hogan Lovells, the Business Integrity Group does a legal audit of a company to ensure that its brand and purpose that are often aligned to the SDGs or hosted and aligned by the legal substance that sits under the company's bonnet. So we start right at the beginning, at the core of the business. These will tell you whether or not the purpose is legally enshrined. And there are a number of different legal tools to ensure that companies remain committed to their social purpose through their constitutional documents. We then ripple out, looking at employee policies and remuneration, looking at how that company engages with businesses, consumers, or governments. We also look at transactional and finance documents. A good example is if a company is seeking financing, could it ratchet its debt to carbon reduction, or alternatively, if it's entering into a sale contract, could it ensure that it has a termination right if it finds out that its counterpart isn't respecting business and human rights in that applicable jurisdiction? This legal assessment and audit that's designed to drive the SDGs and integrate sustainability throughout a company's legal infrastructure needs to be supported by a number of other documents, such as business and human rights policies, modern slavery statements, and corporate responsibility initiatives. Our approach is a holistic approach, which is intended to ensure that companies' purpose is more than just a brand and is authentic throughout that. Finally, we wanted to take a moment which is build back better. As I hope we've demonstrated throughout this talk, the law is a truly unique tool to drive change and to ensure that companies are doing choose. Building back better really will require lawyers sustainable development goals can be achieved across the, and talk a little bit about how we can all build back better.
So today we asked the question, and in terms of one of the key messages we've made is that people should be embedding the purpose, and that's to protect those purposes. And then on the other side, legal advisors should be integrating all the support for their customers. We've also spoken about disrupting traditional frameworks, and it is also huge. And we know that in the next 5 years, it will be worth nearly $1 trillion. So if you can make a change within the legal industry that impacts on the SDGs, you can create truly systemic. We've spoken a little bit about subtle disruption as an entrepreneur and methods of disruption within a business. And we've also spoken about engaging with stakeholders. And that's something that YSIP has really taught us is all about collaboration, because the sustainable development goals do not exist through a social responsibility team or within a pro bono team. So it's really through collaboration and engagement that we are able to create exponential change, bring market opportunities. And it would not be a full picture if we did not talk about it. And actually, this solution has to be led by your heart, because we aspire to achieve 30.
So finally, thank you all very much for listening. We have up on the screen. So if anyone would like to get in contact for more information about anything we've said or to share their views on this topic, please do get in contact. You can also find any of us on LinkedIn. And our final thanks goes to the organisers of this session, who have done not just a great job today, but a great
That was brilliant, and thank you to all from Hogan Levels for lots of businesses, kind of even outside of the legal sector. So thank you so much, and thank you to all of our UK teams who have been presenting today. Young SDG innovators teams tomorrow morning. But for now, we're
Hello, everyone. So this is Carol from Global Compact Network Brazil. And I'm really happy to be here with you all today because our local edition has had 15 different projects that are being accelerated. And we have the support of the League of Entrepreneurs here in the country. And today we have a chance to know a little bit more about 3 projects. One from B3, which is our local stock exchange here in Brazil. Another one from Votorantim Cimentos, and also from Sodexo here in the country. And to start, I'm going to call Isabella, which is the Open Innovation Coordinator of B3, and Rebecca, who is the Sustainability Analyst, also in B3, and they are going to present you their local solution on woman mentorship. So just a second, I'm going to add them here so you can see their projects. So Isabella is here with us, just waiting for Rebecca.
It's working? Hi.
Yes, hi. Let's just wait so Rebecca can join us as well. I'm inviting her right now.
Hi.
Hello. So, girls, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Carol. It's a pleasure to meeting you here. And actually speaking about our program at B3, the Brazil Stock Exchange. Today, we'll share B3's Woman Mentorship Program created by me, Isabella, who's going to speak later on, and Ana Carolina Florio, who couldn't attend today. We would like to share Tiffany's story, Tiffany's case, a 30 years old woman, Black, and specialist in IT. She's very active in environment groups, recognized by the market and her coworkers. Tim, his leader, her boss, actually, he's a Caucasian man. According to him, Tiffany is an outlier. However, she's waiting to get promoted since she became part of the organization. And it's 10 years and counting. Tiffany's case shows us that women remain woefully underrepresented in the technology workplace. As you know, tech is famous to be a male-dominated industry. And in Brazil, it's not different. Only 20% of the workforce in tech are female. And when you see the B3 scenario, we see that it's not different at all. Actually, it's still the same. We'll see that 40% over these teams, around 20% is composed by women, and only 4% has women in leadership. Why does this happen? We can highlight a lot of things, but we pinpoint the imposter syndrome. When, despite outstanding accomplishments, women persist believing that they're really not bright and have fooled anyone who thinks otherwise. Imposter syndrome is one of the major obstacles to career progression in women. Number shows that around 60% of tech employees reported experience in imposter syndrome in the US. And Tiffany's represent this statistic. An outstanding woman a woman who couldn't progress in her career due to imposter syndrome, and because of her color. Not a fun fact at all, but do you know African Americans are 20% more likely than the general population to experience a mental health problem? Well, unfortunately, this
Rebecca, I think there is a problem with your audio. We can hear you. Could you please? It was working, but it stopped working. Could you try? Okay. We can hear you. It was just working before, but now it's not. The microphone. Okay, I'm going to call them again. Wait a second. I left as well. Sorry guys, just a technical problem with the microphone. I'm just inviting them in again.
Hey, Carol, you're with me now?
Yes, now I am, thanks. And I think Isabella is just joining us. We stopped hearing right in the beginning, I would say. Isabella, do you hear us again?
I didn't hear you.
Do you hear now? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, we're not seeing you. If you could just put your camera on.
Are you seeing me now?
Oh, I think just Rebecca, not Isabella. I think Isabella left the call. 1 second. Are in again?
It's a 2030 problem issues, right? We have to figure it out.
It is. It is. And
Hi.
Brazil still have issues. Now we see you. Okay, great. So guys, I'll leave the floor for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we'll start again just to make sure everybody understand our case. I'm Rebecca Frankel, as Carol said. I'm sustainability analyst at B3, our Brazil Stock Exchange. And today we'll share our B3's Women Mentorship Program created by me, Isabella, who's going to speak later on, and Ana Carolina Florio, who couldn't be attend today. So we would like to tell you the story about Tiffany's case, a 30-year-old woman, Black and specialist in IT. She's very active in empowerment groups and recognized by the market and their co-worker. She's very, her boss team is a Caucasian man who has more than 40 years of experience in IT as well. And according to him, Tiffany is an outlier However, she's waiting to get promoted since she became part of the organization, and it's 10 years and counting. Tiffany's case shows us that women remain woefully underrepresented in the technology workplace. As we know, tech is famous to be a male-dominated industry. And Brazil is not different. Only 20% of our workforce in tech are female. And the scenario at B3 is not different at all. 43% of our workforce come from IT teams. And over these teams, around 20% is composed by women. And only 4% has women in leadership. And why this is happening? We can highlight a lot of things, but we pinpoint the imposter syndrome, when despite outstanding accomplishments, women persist in believing that they were really not bright and have fooled anyone who thinks otherwise. Imposter syndrome is one of the major obstacles in career progression in women. Numbers show that around 60% of tech employees report experience imposter syndrome in the US. And Tiffany represents this statistic, an outstanding woman who couldn't progress in her career due to imposter syndrome and because of her color. Not a fun fact. Do you know African Americans are 20% more likely than the general population to experience a mental health problem? Well, unfortunately, this bright woman decided to leave the company because she felt she didn't belong. Not only adversity lost, but an economic as well. But before we continue, we would like to ask, have you ever had an imposter syndrome? According to the International Journal of Behavior Science, 70% of people experience imposter syndrome at one point in their lives. So you probably answered yes, and this is an evidence that Tiffany's case is not her case, but our case. Now that I contextualize the issue, I would like to give the floor to Isabella to address the solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Hi, everyone.
And Bella,
are you
I
listening
hope
to me?
your connection is good, so you can talk about it.
Can you hear me? And see me? Oh no. Sure.
The connection, yes, the connection is not great, but we can hear and see you.
It's not working? Okay.
Okay, she's joining again.
And I think Isabella left us.
Yeah, she did. I'm just asking her to join again the call. She's joining. Hi, Isabella, do you hear us? Sorry with this internet issue here that is happening. But as Rebecca said, it's like a problem of the pandemic as well. We don't have the greatest infrastructure here in the country to support everyone.
Hi.
Okay, so Isabella is joining us.
Hey, are you listening?
There you are.
Oh, finally, good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's even more excited like that, right?
It is. You can keep going, then I'm going to call her back again, okay? Just keep your presentation.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm just gonna continue. And now that Rebecca already introduced the subject, I want to thank her and introduce myself, like I'm Isabella. And to start it, it's quite important to say about the 2030 agenda, because it helps us to bring this issue to the table. engaged by the SDG number 5, gender equality, and SDG number 8, economic growth, we stood between genders equality pain points. And with that, we understood that women are getting stuck at the entry level and few of them become leaders. Therefore, we had a broken rung problem. So now I want to talk about the solution, how we want to fix this. It's a mentorship program that allow women to reflect about their self-perception to break free all these stereotypes. Well, you must be asking me how it's going to be, how it's going to work. The program is going to have 3 phases, okay? The first one, it's about the matchmaking. The second one is the mentorship, and the third is the follow-on, is after, okay? So about the matchmaking, we are going to invite this woman to make a self-assessment regarding their self-perception versus the competence required to be a leader. And we do the same with the mentors. And with this, we're gonna match who has the highest score with the one who has the lowest score. So for example, if a person is not so good speaking in public, gonna match with somebody that is specialized about that, okay? For the mentorship, that is the second phase, we're gonna have a framework. This is gonna guide everyone to this journey. And we're gonna have 10 sections. And after all this, we are thinking that it's really important to highlight that we want to invite women and men to be mentors, okay? Because this must be quite important for them to realize and be part of the project as well, because this is going to make change mindset. This is going to really bring the diversity to the table, okay? And with really recognizes men with technical proficiency is going to help these women as well. So about the mentorship, I already explained. Now is the third phase, that is the after, okay? So after this 10 section, we aim to have the woman more protagonist of their career. And we understand this is not something that's going to happen overnight. Therefore, we estimate around 3 months so she can end the program and they can understand what happened to them, okay?
Isabella, are you there? We don't hear you. Sorry guys, I'm calling them again. Let's give this last chance here so they can join us and finish their presentation. Okay, Rebecca joining.
Okay, I think she's going to be here again. Or
Yes.
if we're running again out of time, I can talk about it, but she's here.
She's here.
I'm here. Are you listening to me?
Yes.
Now, oh my God, where did you? I stop it. It was from the beginning.
No. We heard you in the beginning, and then you're talking about the mentorships that you can keep going from there.
Saying the mentorship needs to be with these 10 sections. We're about the after that the woman gonna try to realize what has happened to her. So we're gonna make another self-assessment so she can understand what she's going through, okay? And we understand this is something that is not like overnight metrics, okay? The first one is short-term. This short-term is gonna be strengthening connections with the peers. The second one is going to be the medium term, is the raise awareness and empowerment for this woman. And in the long term, they were going to reduce women turnover at B3, because we don't want anymore like Tiffany's go away. We want them to become here and grow the company, right? And we know this is a high ambition, but we are running out of time. Being at B3, we are committed to promote best practice in our company and the Brazilian capital market. And we want to change the scenarios so other chieftains be sure they can try and do the best, okay, and be supported for it. We can leave no one behind. And today, behind means minority groups. Make sure we did not leave no one alone behind for the 2030. For that, can we count on you? Thank you. And that's it. I need also anything. We are here.
Great. Thank you so much, Isabel and Rebecca. I have to move on because of the time, but I enrich you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
bye.
Thanks. Perfect. Moving on, I'm going to call the speakers from Sodexo to join us. So I'm going to call Monica Lopes Soto, which is the corporate responsibility coordinator of the, it's the correct pronunciation, which is the product marketing analyst, and also Tatiane Marceli Nogueira, communications analyst. So please join me now. They are already here. Great.
Hello, Carol. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you just fine.
Hi, Carol. The presentation.
You're probably going to see.
No.
Who is going to present it? Stephanie?
I'm going to present it.
Have you found it?
You
can see the screen. Yes.
Perfect.
So I'm leaving you guys.
Brazil, as Carol said, it's an honor to be here today presenting our project. With me are Tatiane and Stephanie, representing our company Sodexo. I'm from Corporate Responsibility Department, Tatiane from Communication, and Stephanie from Marketing. Well, Sodexo is a multinational company that provides food and facility services in Brazil. We have more than 44,000 employees, and we serve 1.5 million people. We have around 2,000 corporate restaurants across the country, and waste generation destined for sanitary landfills. Our purpose is to contribute mainly with 4 sustainable development goals. SDG 2, especially combating hunger and malnutrition. SDG 11, focusing on waste management. SDG 12, on reducing food waste and generation of organic waste. And SDG 13, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please, Stephanie. Around 52 million Brazilians face food insecurity, and over 7 million are starving in our country. Did you know 1/3 of all food produced are wasted? Brazil is one of the top 10 countries that most waste food. Every year, 26 million tons of food goes for sanitary landfills. It's estimated that around 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions are caused by food waste. if food waste was a country, it would be the third biggest emitter, only after China and United States. The situation became worse after coronavirus pandemic. 86% of people living in slums in Brazil will go hungry as a result of the crisis. 8 out of 10 families have affirmed their income will decrease, and the crisis will leave more than 12 million people unemployed in our country. So, next slide, please, Stephanie. Thank you. 28 grams is the daily average of food wasted per meal in our restaurants. It seems little, but the simulate chart shows the size of the impact per month in a small, a medium, and a large site. Imagine going to garbage 30 kilograms of rice, or 300 kilograms, or even worse, imagine 3,000 kilograms of rice wasted per month. This example could be a reality. By using the expertise of APA, Environment Protection Agency, an American federal, we define our priority in this project: surplus donation. We choose the second solution, food recon, conducted by Sodexo's Food Intelligence Department, as well as issues regarding composting organic waste. So, in Young SDG Innovators Program, we focus on finding a solution that was solidary and Stephanie, who will explain a little more about our process.
Okay. Now that we know that being our surplus food, we need to find safe ways to do this. When we talk about safety, we mean food that is safe to eat and legal. And for that, we went looking for experts on the matter. We talked to lawyers and nutritionists. And we discovered that our legal defense was going to be a little bit harder than our quality defense. Why is that? In Brazil, we do not have at the moment food. What we do have is a bill of law that is old and was forgotten, but because of the new coronavirus gained strength, and we believe in the next few then our system encourages the waste of the restaurant surplus. The owners of these restaurants are afraid to be penalized like food poisoning. Like I said, there's no law that guarantees the safety of the donor. We only have now a state law in Rio Grande do Sul. In the state, we find restaurants donating their surplus to the community because there is a law that guarantees the safety of the donor. But it's important to say, though, it's possible to donate safely using strategic partners like food banks of the Rio Grande do Sul state and the organization Connecting Food. We already work with food banks of Rio Grande do Sul state, but now they are offering to help of the country. This can point us to our company and to institution. Of the biggest, one of the things that we wanted to make sure, if that's our plan, like you can see in this slide, the investment is going to be divided by 3. So so administration, the unit. When we say unit, we mean the restaurant, Sodexo restaurant that's going to donate the surplus. And the client is the Sodexo clients that is for the hot box and the warning trays for transportations. And the client is going to be responsible for the transportation. And now we're going to talk about the other partner, connecting.
As Stephanie told, we have another partner to help us to make this project happen. The Connecting Foods is a social impact company that provides a systematic, formal, and a scalable process to reduce loss. With Connecting Food, the project will take about 5 months and aims to establish a scalability strategy for the donation of surplus food production. Our pilot with Connecting Food contemplates 4 steps, like diagnosis, designs, execution, and closing. When we can see the financial return projection of the project drafted, the investment is about 147 Brazilian 6 months of payments. Please can put the another slide. Thinking about all of this, we can say that our project, in fact, will be a new Sodexo service because it will generate value for us and for the client. These services will generate this because of 4 reasons. 1, we will save money with food waste disposal. 2, quantifies and qualifies the donation of food, converting into data that can be used to reduce acquisition costs. 3, adds business value with our clients. And 4, competitive edge in sales, because nowadays many clients and prospects inquires about ways of reduced food waste. Please, next slide. So, we will work in 3 steps to put this project on air. Just to clarify, the services, it will be self-sustainable and replicable. And thinking about other units in RS state, the second one is the SP state pilot, and the clients are Brazilian company that is well recognizable, and we will expand to other units in step 3. As I said before, this project will give us more value. And Stephanie, please, next slide. Because it's added by brand and reputation for us also. This proves that we can have some studies that can clarify like this shown on screen. 77% of Brazilians expect activism from the companies that they use. We have a study from Anacoto Brands Agency that says the brands with clarified purposes worked, and 7% of Brazilians don't mind and pay more for a sustainable brand. For us, this is value added for society, is value added for the brand. So this will result attracted more investment and clients, and generate must be part of the the possible tel will have competitive edge in sales and business value with our clients with this project also. Amit Studi from Meet Sloan says permanently adopt sustainable in their business, and 2 of 3 of them said that sustainability is necessary to maintain a competitive edge. So for us, adding all these reasons that I said before, the stakeholders' final perception, it's very important for us, because we'll have not only a great new service to sell to our clients, but in fact we'll have a Brazilian, how can I say, our Brazilian customers, that is our tagline, and we will have to align.
But we are in the end of our presentation.
Oh, sorry.
That it's important to do sustainable work, but the company needs to do sustainable work. She can't just say that she's going to go. This is so believes that she's doing sustainable work. And if Monica, if you want to say something to end the presentation.
Tati is with us. Can you hear us, Tati?
Yeah. Could you hear me?
Okay. Yes, could you please conclude the presentation?
Okay. For me, I was talking with you. I didn't know that I wasn't talking.
See me? Monica, can you see me?
Yes, and Tati is concluding the presentation.
Yeah, as Stephanie showed before, this new service with our tagline named not about sell a good service, but also to sell to everyone great possibility to live a healthy and a stronger life. So thanks a lot for spending this year to ask you.
Thank you guys in real life. So you're going to be on chat, right, to answer some questions if people have. And now I'm going to call our colleagues from Votorantim. Thank you. So now we have the project from Votorantim Cementos, and I'm going to ask Lívia Baló de Miranda, Sustainability Consultant, and also Priscila Mary Salvarenga Ribeiro, Social Transformation Manager, and Lucas Coriolano Harvey, Commercial Manager, our young innovators from the company. Hello, guys. Even Priscilla are joining. Hello. Oh. I'll leave it to you. Let me just wait, Lucas and Olivia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Just Livia now. Joining. Just wait a sec. Okay. She lost connection. Ah, no.
I'm
There she
here.
is. Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Great. I'll leave it to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So, good afternoon. My name is Lucas Harby. I'm 20 years old. I'm commercial manager for Votorantim Cimentos in Brazil. Votorantim Cimentos is present in 12 countries, has more than 11,000 employees, and is one of the largest global companies in the basic field. Votorantim Cimentos has proud to contribute in the development and industrialization of the countries. Today, diversity, innovation, and sustainability. Let's focus on our purpose. Life is made its products and this potential. Also, as a business strategy, we started to create in markets that we didn't before. A very interesting feature is that your group is composed of people from different areas, and in the end, that's what makes our product more valuable and made us get here. Say that the case we are going to present is part of the core business of your company, who to present our product to all of you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. For us, it's a pleasure to be here today. Carol, thank you so much. So my name is Priscila. I'm leader of social transformation area. It's similar social responsibility area. Transformation means to invest, social investment to do operations, our industry, but also where our products reach, make cities more inclusive and poor communities, such as favela de Heliópolis, like slums. In this case, our present today and the photos that you see, well, we'll see here today. So, like Lucas said, here we are today, 3 young peoples from 3 different areas, but at the same mission, leaving no one behind. So, thank you. Let's hear now Livia and show the video, the goals and the projects is better to us speak the video. So Livia, please.
Hi everyone. Well, good afternoon. My name is Livia, 2012, and I'm currently working in the sustainability department. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Already mentioned, it is a great honor to be participating of this our project it is more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and all of the products that we sell. Renovations such as torrential rains and floods, and another benefit is waste, which reduces the environmental footprint. Our main goal is to provide healthier homes that will surely contribute to the human development rates. But now, maybe more than ever, with the pandemic scenario, and it is essential. Today we have more than 860,000 deaths. We never imagined when we started the project that this. We also highlight the SDG 3 about good health and well-being as a target of our main efforts. So we see those two SDGs as our main contribution, the SDG 11 and the SDG number 3. Now, as my colleagues already mentioned, we will present a video that helps us to illustrate the project and give you more details on it. I guess you already have our contacts, but we're going to share again here in the chat. And feel free to reach us, and always very welcome. Thank you once again. I'm going to share my. And please let me know when you're able to see the video. I think it's charging my screen.
Is it working? I can try to share it from my screen if you want.
Okay. Please share the video. I cannot find the button.
I will.
Thank you.
Let me know if you hear it. Hi guys, so I think you couldn't hear the nice song of the video. We're already past the time, so I want to thank Lucas, Livia, and Priscilla so much for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
We're going to share the
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Here.
Okay, good evening. This is Team South Africa. I hope you guys can hear me. I see myself on the screen, so hopefully everyone can hear me. So we're going to have 3 teams presenting. Thank you, Maria. You say you hear me in the chat. That's really awesome. So we're going to have 3 teams presenting their innovations from South Africa, and then just do some reflections and quick questions and answers. We'll try and be quick so that we can recoup some of the time that we have lost. But we're really excited to be here, and I'm just gonna bring my colleagues into the room so that they can begin setting up their presentation. So the first company that will be presenting their innovation is a company called PIC, the Public Investment Corporation. They're a South African company, and you should begin to see them on. So we've got Michael, Delona, Debucho, and these guys have been wonderful to work with, and I will hand over to them to do their presentation. Are you guys good to go?
We're good to go. Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to certainly be here and being listened to by people across the world. It's greetings to everyone, all dignitaries that are watching this, all the young innovators around the world. Greetings to you all. As Manda have said, we are from the Public Investment Corporation, and I am going to ask my colleagues, Delona, to share our presentation as we go through it, or we can preferably, just to save time, we can either share it now or share it towards the end, whichever way that would be possible. Delona, if you can share the presentation, I think it would be much better, so that people can be able to follow us. And if you may start it from the beginning. Yes, thank you very much. My team is consists of myself, Deborah Matimela. I'm an environmental, social, and governance associate at the Public Investment Corporation. I've got Delona Somaya, who is also an ESG associate at the at the Public Investment Corporation. I beg your pardon. And I've got Michael Guy, DI, which is developmental investments. And our organizational champion, it's Robina Solomon, who she's the executive head, going to give an overview of the Public Investment Corporation. The Public Investment Corporation, it's a state-owned asset management company that invests across various sectors of the economy, with approximately 115 billion USD assets under management, or which makes it the largest asset manager in Africa. The PIC clients are mostly in the public, sector entities. The corporation invests across, different asset classes, which would be your listed equities, bonds, money markets, as well as the unlisted arm, which is includes the real estate, private equity, and impact investments. The majority of these investments are in South Africa. The remainder of that is, the rest of the African continent, sub-Saharan, your East African part of the, Africa, and not long ago we started to penetrate the North African market in terms of real estate. The West African market is mainly through funds of funds, which is another, investment that sits within the unlisted investments within the Public Investment Corporation. The corporation is quite, it's fairly been, around for some time. It was established in 1911 under the Public Debt Commissions Act, and later on in 2005, on the 1st of April, it was promulgated as a public investment corporation through the Act 2004, Act number 23, which is known popularly as the PIC Act. And I wish to bring all the viewers to the philosophy around how the public investment corporation does or invests. We are a signatory to the NPRI, and as such, our investments are done in line with only look at financial returns that are linked to sustainable investment within ESG. So basically, what we mean by that is that while we're generating alpha, we still have to make sure that we do that in a sustainable way. That would mean we protect the environment, we sustain and create wealth. We share the wealth with those that we develop around their communities. So we do share the value, and above all, governance is at the core of how we manage the affairs of the investee companies in which we invest in. So it's not all about getting the money, or getting the return on investment, but it's also about impact. It's ensuring that the investment does in return create some form of economic impact. It could be at a minimal scale, but we always say if the investment is sustainable, it will over time achieve those high or above average returns. And before I hand over to my colleagues, I wish to sort of give an idea of where the public investment corporation's investments are in terms of alignment towards the SDGs. On the screen we've got the different sectors of the economy that we invest in, and the lightly shaded part, it's our indirect impact. And as well as the direct one, it's the darker shaded ones. And fairly we are doing well in terms of our alignment. But if you look at SDG number 4 in that space, and I think it's an area of improvement. It's something that we can definitely say it's an area of improvement. And going forward, I think it will be taken as such. Like any other asset manager, you'd have a high level type of a strategy that informs your asset classes, that informs how you then invest and how you pick certain regions within the globe as to how you then say at time what drives our sector type selections. It's driven by risk or asset manager. You need to look at where is the demand, and even if there is demand, what's your level of appetite can be mitigated. How do you mitigate such? For example, if you look at country and regional allocation, like any other investment, you wouldn't be attracted to regions that are high risk in terms of political instability, in terms of not aligned to the UNPRI principles, and that is also applied across country and regional allocation. If you look at the instrument type, we are so because we believe that you definitely how you structure them. It's a matter of how you would wish to to achieve your KPIs that have been set for you in that space. And before I hand over to my colleague Dilona Somaya to take you through the problem statement, the slide shows the developmental impact of unlisted investment across, and as such, you'd appreciate that we do generate green alpha we do make a social impact across, and in sectors that we participating in. The number of jobs that we created, the education, sector, we are making an impact in that space. Healthcare, hospitals, you're looking at affordable housing, so you're looking at renewable energy. So we actually, have a very diverse, asset classes within the developmental investments, and we definitely say there is going to be, areas of improvement. And I think my colleague Dilona will take you guys through the actual problem statement, and then we'll be able to towards the end, say what the solution we think would be. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tebogo, for that. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear. Go for it, Dilona.
Perfect. Thank you, Manda. So as Tebogo has already mentioned, the PIC as an asset manager does not have a major direct impact on the physical world around us, nor the lives of the people, nor the natural systems. However, with investments of about 150 billion in our care, the PIC's values and the principles upon which we base our investment decisions have a massive impact in innumerable ways on the societies in which we operate. It's therefore important that sustainability is at and economic development. So therefore, in our challenge, we have posed the following two questions for the PIC to address. These are: how can a major asset manager become a catalyst for innovation in the wider economy in order to promote the achievement of the SDGs 2030? And the second one is, how can the PIC develop a principles-based approach so that investments are aligned to and drive the achievement of the SDG? So, in looking at our challenge and going through the breakthrough idea and the process that we had gone through in our 10-month program, we have basically seen that whilst we don't have a major direct effect, our influence as an enabler and a facilitator is what actually drives economic activity. The focus then is on working on the structural deficiencies of the economy that create, maintain, and enhance the achievement of sustainable communities, livelihoods, and environments. We are therefore targeting SDGs 9 to create sustainable industrial models, and SDG 17 to leverage our relationships with businesses, government, NGOs, research bodies to maximize our sustainability impact. We are therefore promoting, in our solution that is, we are therefore promoting the creation of a new fund to enable the best ideas and innovations to gain the support required to transform the lives and natural systems while delivering a financial return for our investors. In particular, we wish to address South Africa's pressing challenges, including persistent high levels of unemployment, inadequate and poorly located infrastructure, resource-intensive and therefore environmentally unsustainable growth paths, and an ailing public system. And others, I need to hand over to Michael now.
Thanks, Dilona. This is envisaged to take the form of a private equity fund that we believe will be the world's first SDG innovation fund. This will be performed in collaboration with government, business, and research institutions to deliver exponential sustainability returns, while also meeting the return requirements of investors and bolstering the commercial sustainability of the PIC. The key is leveraging the best and brightest innovators rather than the standard project and corporate finance approach. With PIC's experience in monitoring and evaluation, we've been able to build models to determine the appropriate portfolio construction, which will deliver maximum blended SDG and climate. And we hope that we'll see some of the attendees of these sessions in the market, and we may be able to assist you as implementers of sustainable change. Thank you.
Can anyone hear me?
Thank you very much, guys. I think it's an awesome innovation, and like you guys are saying, it's the world first. So innovations that have not seen something this good. So and I'm not just saying that because I'm South African, but I think you guys are onto something great, and it would be lovely to see what it looks like when it's finally fully implemented. I think I'm going to give you guys 1 minute each of reflections. Just what have you guys taken from this innovation journey? What have you learned? What are you taking away with you? So in 30 seconds, I'm going to start with Michael, get to Tebuch, and then close with Delona.
Thanks, Manda, and thanks for your leadership through this process. I think the big thing was PIC's being on a sustainability journey coming into this, and it would be an easy process. We would be shooting the lights out. That yes, we're making a big impact. We are heading in the right direction, but our eyes weren't open to the innovations, the new ways of thinking, and the new product design that's required. That's my key take from this program.
Can you just unmute your mic? Yes.
Thank you very much. Look, to start with, and you know, throughout this time, you came with a particular expectation. You then had something at the back of your mind, and you arrive there. You meet all the different guys, and you get to see and appreciate that South Africa has got a vast, a pool of young, talented, people that can take, go into the world and provide all met on that first day we introduced ourselves, and coming up to today, to having a final product and present it to the world. For me, it has been a remarkable experience. I have grown in this process, and I would like to thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Delona?
Thank you, Manda. I think my colleagues have pretty much summed up quite well the journey that we've been on with the UN Global Compact through this camp. It's been insightful. It's been knowledge sharing and knowledge awareness, I think, amongst all of us. We came in with expectations that the solution we were going to provide was really just going to be impactful within our sphere of influence. But I think what we learned through the camp is that we need to be thinking bigger. We need to be thinking globally, rightfully so. And that had actually drove us in terms of the challenge then that we looked at and the solution that we provided. And I think it really just opened us up to the magnitude of what's going on globally and what we as South Africa's biggest asset manager can actually an awesome experience to be part of.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your quick presentation. Asian Zone. You guys are released. Enjoy your evening and continue. Good evening, Spain. Itu, and we're missing one more. Where's Jacob? I saw him. He was here just a second ago. All right. I'm sure he's going to be back, but maybe one of you can just load the presentation so long, and I'm going to ask you guys to skip the SDGs you selected and the innovation, take us through the innovation so that we don't spend too much time. Who's going to load the presentation? Are you loading it, Itu?
Yes, can you see my screen?
Not yet. There's a little screen-nicky thing at the bottom. Just hit that and you should be able to share your screen. So it will ask you to select.
Can you see it now?
Yes, awesome.
Perfect.
All right, so when Jacob comes in, I'll allow him in, but you guys just continue.
Wanda, Jacob said it says waiting. I think you want us to start, right?
Yes, please start. I'm going to try and get him in on the way.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to my fellow sustainability leaders around the world. My name is Shalane Byler, and I'm a monitoring and evaluation specialist at Anglo American in South Africa. Today, with two of my colleagues, we'll be so the meaning of revivify is to give new life to something. And this is what we intend with our solution. Our presentation is basically divided into three parts: our business challenge, our solution, and the positive impact thereof. First slide, please. So the challenge that we have tackled as a team is centered around two main areas: mining waste, and which we often refer to as our host communities. So first, through mining activities, tons and tons of mineral waste, such as waste rock, is produced annually. More specifically, mineral waste rock amounts to approximately 120,000 kilotons a year. Negatively impacts the environment, has high costs to Anglo American, and does not promote the best use of land, as piles of waste sit around that is unused. Next slide, please. On the other side of this, communities around the mines lack employment opportunities and opportunities to create livelihood and independence for themselves. Local communities that is independent from the mines. And we also have very little knowledge about the technical skills of community members related to mining. So in addition to all of this, in South Africa, unemployment rates hover at around 27%. Youth, who make up 2/3 of our population, have an unemployment rate of 58%. To create jobs in South Africa. But often, because of the lack of information, SMEs focus on businesses in oversaturated markets. Additionally, South African youth who have the drive, the enthusiasm, and the energy to become successful business owners have very little information about knowledge, very little information. So today we are presenting the Revivify digital solution that effectively solves for these two challenges that I have described: the waste rock and creating opportunities for host communities. So through our solution, waste rock will be recycled by community members to create new products from waste. And communities will have the opportunity to create viable businesses from waste, which in turn contribute to jobs in South Africa. Our pilot will feature slag, which is a waste product from platinum that has recently been declassified as hazardous waste. In essence, the Revivify digital solution will be a catalyst for sustainable mining and sustainable host communities. I'll now hand over to my colleague to explain the details about.
Thank you, Shiz. I'm a Sustainability and Integration Specialist at Anglo American. My exciting role in the business is to embed principles of our sustainable mining plan into the framework of the challenge that Shalane has just identified was guided by the tools and principles of the YSIP camp. That is of the circular economy and the reclassification of mineral waste, and in this instance, slag. So our business solution is focused on two things. The first being we wanted to explore the economic value of mineral waste, and secondly, we wanted to create opportunities for communities to build small businesses. As mentioned, sorry, I had a paint slide. So as shown in the picture, slag is a metallurgical waste rock that is produced from our smelting processing plant of our platinum business unit. To date, we produce about 6.9 million tons of waste annually from 3 smelting operations across South Africa. And because slag was previously classified as hazardous, as Shalane mentioned, it was stockpiled. And after a 3-year-long journey of slag has now been declassified. Anglo American has identified 22 uses for slag, mainly in the construction and cement industry, and this is where we see opportunities for our host communities. Brick making or the manufacturing of cement. So, how are we going to do this? Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our digital platform called Revivify. Please say it with me on 3. 1, 2, 3. Revivify. So Revivify is our website-based digital platform, and on Revivify, this is where we're going to join forces with an ecosystem of business development innovators to transform slag into livelihoods and job opportunities for our host communities. The players and coaches on this platform include the construction industry, sellers and buyers of slag who create the demand pool, Zimele, a unit at Anglo American that is responsible for enterprise development and the securing of microfinancing for small businesses. Our host communities, of course, they'll have an opportunity to join the ecosystem and load their indicative data, as Shalane mentioned, so that they can be matched to Zimele. Data such as SMME skills level data, education level data, and demographics. Demographics because we are targeting women and youth. And another important player on this platform, we will host government institutions because they are the referees that regulate the use and the licensing of slag. And keeping up with innovation, we will partner with universities and research institutions in finding more uses for slag. So let's say you log on to Revivify. You will find a supply chain ecosystem that profiles registered SMEs, buyers, sellers of slag, research projects, regulations on the use of slag, and fleet availability information. So Revivify for us will transform the way in which our communities experience our business, harnessing collaboration to improve people's lives. I'll hand over to Jacob.
Sorry, Jacob, we're not getting any sound.
There you go. Hello.
Awesome.
Is this fine now? Fantastic. Great. Very much. Thanks very much to me. A warm South African welcome to all of you across the globe. This is Mineral Rights. Great to be here with you all to share a business solution. From the picture that my colleagues have, the social, environmental, as well as economic benefit of our Revivify platform. This provides the company a step change for circular enterprise. South Africa in 2009 produced 4.9 million ounces of platinum group metals. That's 75% of global sales unit, contributed half of that. This comes as the price, though, to
Jacob, your sound is gone again.
Sorry about that. Most importantly are people, which is why the key benefit of this particular platform in terms of cost saving on a rehabilitation cost from a 3 smelting operation is very, very critical. This not only ensures compliance in terms of our concurrent rehabilitation plans, but will also reduce the environmental hazards, restore biodiversity, as we'll need less land to obviously store and stockpile our slag, create a net positive impact. This opens up additional revenue generating streams for the company as we move over into a circular economy environment, and obviously helps us in our strategy towards a zero mineral waste mining environment, reducing where the exponential growth of this comes in, obviously thinking globally, is that this is not just a solution for platinum from a slag perspective, but this can be applied across all our mineral waste value chain and ensures that this model is replicable across our global business units, which is copper, iron ore, diamond, phosphate, as well as. So this not only helps us in terms of creating additional revenue stream, but it essentially is creating a new economic value of products that are indirectly produced from our mining waste, creating a multiplier effect in terms of improved infrastructure within our LSAD as well as Slane. We've got our sustainable mine plan targets, which needs to be achieved as part of our alignment with the SDGs. One of those targets relates to the number of jobs we as a company would like to create indirectly to every single mine job we have, which currently set as a ratio of 1 to 5. Essentially, the biggest impact that we think this solution will have once we've got a massive uptake of people that actually would want to take away the slag from us, and through concurrent rehabilitation, is just the amount of land we will be able to free up, which can be used for other applications for local communities, and thus improving our net positive impact and also going a long way in terms of improving our biodiversity. So essentially, what we have done in terms of the solution as business as usual, but create a disruptive environment to the business model that we've undertaken by ensuring that we create a circular environment and we can increase our impact. And this fosters very much. I think that's the end of our presentation. And if we can open
opportunity, 30 seconds each to just reflect on how you found the YSIP. So Shlaine, then we'll come to Jacob, then we'll conclude with Itu.
I mean, so overall, I think it was a fantastic journey. I think the biggest thing I learned was go big or go home. You know, thinking small doesn't serve the world. It doesn't do anything for anyone. So you got to think big. You got to think exponentially. You got to think about how do we make the world a better place. So fundamentally, that's what I took away.
Well said, Jacob.
Thanks very much, Amanda. I mean, you know, obviously for me, it has been a great learning journey and a journey of discovery. You know, someone that comes from a technical background, it's also easy to have, you know, your own, you have your own preconceptions around, you know, the value of sustainability to the bottom line. But it adds a lot of value, you know, and through the program, we've learned of a number of business cases where real people's problem have actually become real businesses that have created massive value and wealth for the world. And I think that's an area of entrepreneur a lot more of in third world countries like people have enjoyed all the people I've met in the program, and it has been a fantastic journey. Thanks.
Thank you. Itu?
Thanks, Amanda. It has been a fantastic journey, and I will echo the words of my colleagues. I think the biggest takeaway from me has been just being reminded that as a young person in a business, you can make a difference, because the level of collaborations that we were able to partake in, as in going back to the business and really inquiring, was so amazing. And I know young people really doubt themselves whether they can make such a big difference in their organizations. But through this project, I think we saw that it's possible when you bring the right people to the table and you have the right conversations at whatever level of the business, you are able to make a difference. So, and especially, of course, I have to say young, bright people, hopefully will keep our connections from here onward.
Thank you very much, team. I think that's one for us to figure out. Good night, and thank you very much. All right. Our next and final team is Team Old Mutual. They're South African in a second, so they should appear on the screen at any moment. We've got Sonny, we've got Zeph, and so she should be in any moment. I would encourage you guys to start loading as you guys are ready.
Can you hear me? We would like to start with the video, so we'll load it up, and if everyone can just double click.
Okay, awesome. I hope the audio. Okay, cool. Is it playing?
Hi everyone, I'm Vaneshri Pruvalingam, and together with my colleagues Sinead Chinna and Zafrullah Hassim, we are a firm that offers a broad spectrum of finance across key markets in 14 countries. Old Mutual has just recently trusted brand. The state of education in South Africa is of learners are judged to be at serious risk of not learning to read, as measured by international benchmarks. It is not an overstatement to say that South African education is in crisis. Old Mutual has invested over 500 million rands towards providing access to education through the building of schools, as well as providing of bursaries and other initiatives. We are therefore passionate about SDG number 4, being education, as our project has the potential to make a huge impact in addressing the crisis we face in South Africa. Our team has chosen to focus our project specifically on bridging the gap between education and technology by creating an education tech platform that provides access to both traditional as well as non-traditional educational material. The material itself will be future fit and relevant. With approximately 50% of South Africans having to live with less than 1,000 rands per month, and with quality education tech platform, this will also help in addressing poverty as well as inequality, as our platform will be accessible to lower income areas. Sunay will go into more detail now on how this is possible.
Thank you, Vaneshri. The problem we are currently facing is that only 65% of our population completes basic education or program, only catering for students who will complete their basic education. And there's a new challenge with tertiary education being extremely expensive. Our goal is to develop a curriculum that will address our sustainable development goals and make our country a better place for all of us. By creating a virtual classroom, we are providing everyone with access to education. Partnering with telecommunication companies that already have the infrastructure, that have libraries, informal medical centers, or police stations as hotspots. These companies will also be able to assist us with the necessary devices for students to access the internet. Or alternatively, we can start a program by recycling your device. Referring back to our tailor-made curriculum, our first pilot, we will base it on a current program that is being run by Old Mutual. It's called On the Money program. The program makes use of the big 5 animals that is printed on our currency. Each of these animals represent a step in how to manage your money. This program can be easily adapted to teach all ages of how easy it is to manage your money. The aim of our curriculum is to empower South Africans to become entrepreneurs, to be creative, and to find out-of-the-box solutions to create better futures for themselves. So it will work.
Speed through this. So if there's any questions, you guys can ask me after, outside of this forum. So effectively, we came up with this idea, asked the most, was why would any parent sign their child up to an online education platform? COVID-19 happened, and weirdly enough, we got asked, how quickly can we implement something like this? We don't have a crystal ball. The reality is, we just identified a gap in South African education system. Yeah, and the reality is Old Mutual's position to actually address this problem. And whether it's in South Africa, Africa, or other countries, we think our solution is scalable. Given the very nature of Old Mutual's core business, in order for us to actually address the liability problem, similar to other financial companies, is out there, we basically have to invest in assets that can outperform the liabilities of education. That gap would effectively translate into profit for Old Mutual. And the very nature of the South African education model, which is primary and secondary schooling, which typically lasts about 12 years, lends itself to long-term investing. By getting families to allocate these assets with Old Mutual in exchange for our education platform, it allows us effectively to invest these assets over a longer period of time. Therefore, we're able to generate income for ourselves, empower South African families, and effectively meet our objectives. Thank you. Amanda?
I'm here. I was shedding a little tear about how beautiful that innovation is, but it's amazing stuff. And like you're saying, we don't have a crystal ball, but I think you guys worked on something that is relevant outside and within COVID-19, and that's really amazing. So I think we'll take 1 second to 1 minute to do closeout reflections. So what is your biggest takeaway as Team Old Mutual? I think I'll start with Sune, come to Vaneshri, and finish with you, Zeph. What are your biggest takeaways from this program, the YSIP program?
So Banda, I think the biggest thing you taught all of us was that you need to see that change in the world starts with you.
Thank you. Short and sweet.
I echo the same sentiments as Sine. This program has actually just opened my mind in terms of challenging myself to just, think outside the box and just being more creative problems in general. Else that we have in the program, which has just been absolutely phenomenal, wonderful individuals. And in general, it's just been a mind-opening experience for me.
Thank you. Zeph?
I think I share the sentiments of my colleagues. The thing that's most inspiring to me is we've effectively taken 3 individuals. None of us have any background in ESG or SDG. Solve the problem for a global company. And the fact that 3 individuals from a game to implement, it's inspiring. There's nothing like that, right? So I guess it's share the sentiments with the rest of the groups. It's that ability to actually, you think you're a small fry in a big pond, or a small fish in a big pond, so to speak, and yet you can make a difference. So
I think you guys stay right there. We still got 4 minutes, and I was supposed to present, but some of my time got stolen. I'm totally exactly what it means to be on the program, because you guys just echoed the same. This was a perfect pilot project. The UN Global Compact could not have piloted something then happens after a pilot is something that's implemented at Voluram. Let's find a way to reach other people. And I was actually fiddling around on the Compact Academy. And I think for all the young people that are on as the tool that we get to champion in our company, so that we can get the companies to think the same way that we want minds. I think for me, that's the first thing. And then the second thing, I think, are jobs, but I think we've taken away skills that will help us become useful citizens. $3 trillion US dollar opportunities in meeting the SDGs. And what's stopping us from doing that as individuals? We've done it in our companies, we can do it as the individuals. And I think the challenge is, and see how far we can take this whole innovation thing. I think on resources in the developing world is going to continue to increase. There's always going to be a need for innovation, and innovation is what I take from this program. Do you guys have any last reflections before we head
Can I
out?
make a comment? Like, I think it's important to just like applaud my colleagues. Like, I think in the world, so I work in investment management, asset management, and to actually have different views pulling in different directions. And the entire group, like, that we worked with, they're pulling you in so many different risks, right? We try to solve the SDGs at the risk of collapsing our business. But innovation can actually at the same time be profitable. Like with the team I worked with, incredible. Like, they're amazing.
I think this is an incredible opportunity. I can't even name the names because each individual we met contributed something different to this whole journey. And I think this goes more, like I mentioned in our presentation, traditional education teaches you to think inside of the box, or you can't go too much out of the box, but you need to be careful. Whereas we came into this journey, and on the first day you said to us, think bigger. And then we would question ourselves. And then you said, but think bigger, it's okay. You are allowed to think bigger. And that is something that I really take away, is think big.
There you have it, the world. South Africa has spoken. You need to think big, and there's nothing that's impossible. The problems of the world are an opportunity to innovate. And I think this is the kind of education that the world needs. I think children at school should be taught innovation, they should be taught sustainability, and those two things together will change Africa from the begging pot of the world to the breadbasket of the world. Good evening. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you during this session of YSIP, at the YSIP Lounge. It's very nice to have you around. Just round of YSIP started in October 20. First of all, I have to introduce myself. I'm Mauricio Bonilla. So now I'm going to keep within the Mexican network, participating in the MEX, Motengil, Rotoplas, Grupo Salinas, Nestle, City, Colana, Folmex for Press, and Next Recycling. And in total, we have 32 innovators, 13 champions, WC, responsable, integrarse, disruptivo, triple beneficio, makes sense, and their participation. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos en esta sesión. Having 4 teams presenting their projects during the YSIP session. And before is going to be presenting, I must remind you that after less than 50 something minutes, we're going to have questions. Please do it in less than an hour. As soon as we finish here, switch to the session on Mexico. So without further ado, so they can start presenting their project. Okay, there you go, Citibanamex. Over to you. You can switch. You can choose. Okay. Please, the team from Citibanamex, click the button on top of the screen that says share video or ask permission to share video and audio. Dulce, we have you there. Okay. And Bruno. Okay, perfecto. Perfect.
Thank you, Mauricio.
¿Me escuchas, Dulce? Dulce, ¿me escuchas?
Hi, team. And you can start. Can you hear me? You can start.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well? Dulce, can you hear?
Bruno, Dulce, you can start.
¿En Bruno? ¿A mí me escuchan?
Yes,
Bruno. ¿Me escuchan?
Yes.
¿Ya? Ok. Súper. Oh. Hello, everybody. My name is Bruno Vera. I'm here with my coworker Dulce Serrano, and we are both innovators and our champion, Alejandro Martinez, all part of Citibanamex, the Mexican branch of Citib ambitious project that is called the Financial Inclusion of People with Disabilities. A little bit of story. Dulce and myself, we didn't know about are not truly related to the sustainability part. Our champion started to tell us about what Citibanamex is already doing. So then we started to see what part or what piece was missed, problems in Mexico, and we started to resolution and the accessibility. From Paolo's hearing, we had all in the dark, even per people, and all the experiences and knowledge that we have stakeholders. So in order to include also a message that we want to tell also to innovators, to the young, and that times have change for better. So don't stop and share the impact that you want to make, and along resonate your project. So this strategy that we are doing right now is trying to include people with disabilities.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Sharon.
Yes, please.
Yep. Can you see it? Yeah. Can you see it? Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, Ivan.
Can you see the
we can see
presentation?
Right now we can see it.
Okay. Which slide?
That slide is fine. So yeah, so we as young innovators wanted to make an impact on how we do business and how this is the new reality for the COVID-19. So we're trying to change that, and it's also aligned to our strategy in the slide. In Mexico, the financial inclusion, the citizenship already that city already has, Citibank already has. How we comply with regulators, our investors, and the excessive. So in the next slide, you can see what is our objective. Our objective is that Citibanamex must become the national reference for the financial inclusion to our clients, both in the digital and the physical channels. This will, and the most important part is that this must include all the stakeholders under constant feedback, leaving no one behind. That Alejandra Toros, we started to research to truly corporate governance that includes the physical accessibility, the digital accessibility, and the customer service. How we're going strategies? One is the short term, the medium term, the long term, to streamline a strategy across areas. Then to have a corporate awareness, the creation of customer protocol that is really important for our branches, and how we document our client. Medium term, how we are renewing our branches, and how the new digital content for our applications and the web services are being constructed to include accessibility. We decreased 90% of the client negative feedback regarding the accessibility. This is the client's disability. So in the next slide, we'll talk.
Understand how is our project aligned to the SDGs, and this is part of the 2030 agenda that is held by the United Nations, which is a global initiative, and private sector in Mexico, including Citibanamex, is how is our project aligned with the SDGs? Strengthening the capacity of national financial institutions to promote sex, age, race, or disability. SDG number 10, which is social, economic, and political inclusion of all people, regardless of their age, sex, disability, race, etc. And SDG number 1, which sets the minimum level of financial inclusion, is a minimum level of social. In the next slide, you can over 2019. On the left side of your is point number 5 and number 6, is what is coming next. To really execute an which is going to be done monthly, and we are going to assess what we as young innovators have achieved during this current situation by benchmarking it to 18 international financial institutions. And we create this ideal bank strategy, which a bank physical and digital areas. And when we reached them, we discovered that the actions were on a standalone basis. What we did is we became influencers of the inclusion, promoting the engagement across areas. We used a referral solution for the whole bank. We set the standards to elevate the project to an affinity level, along with city disability program. And Manuel Romo, our CEO, became the leader of this affinity development. In the next slide, model 2020 for city physical and digital employee experience. And this third column, which is our main contribution to the disability model, is this customer experience. We want to guarantee an extraordinary service for customers with disabilities. And now I turn the word to Bruno again.
Thank you, Dulce. Thanks, perfect. So why is this important for Citibanamex? Well, first of all, it is the right thing to do. As well, Citibanamex is committed to provide the best client experience. And through research, we noticed that the World Bank, the ABD, the OECD, with the financial inclusion, will promote the resilience of people, the women's bargaining power, the economic growth, and poverty reduction. So these 4 targets will also become part of our KPIs in the near term. And as well, this is important because this project aligns to cities' commitment to the SDGs, as also mentioned, the Affinity and Disability Program, and how we engage with the regulators and the best practices, both in international and in the of financial inclusion. But bottom right, you can see engage with people with disabilities. Please.
And here is city disability, and it sets to highlight here is that city commits $2 million each year to expand and promote financial inclusion to citizens with disabilities. And we feel really proud to form part of this group. And now we want to thank, first of all, Citibanamex to participate in this program, and be certain that we will continue to commit ourselves to the
Thank you so much from the Citibanamex. Let's continue with the program. And it's the turn of Aeromexico. So are you ready? The forum is yours. Don't say you can. Okay. And Alexis. Alexis is here. Okay, the forum is yours.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, we are the Aeromexico team from the commercial area to master operation and Alexis from marketing. In the program, we have the challenge to generate a positive impact that accelerates the achievement of the SDGs, as well as generating a real impact by this industry. We have found an opportunity in sustainable tourism. So the project you will see in the following slides is focused on promoting this action that we are taking as a basis for sustainable tourism is the one that considers the current and future economic, social, and environmental repercussions to satisfy the environment and the host communities. In the next presentation, you will see background, the problem, how does Aeromexico participate, context, and steps towards sustainable tourism, the solution, customer journey, work plan, and benefits.
And to share you more about the background, a woman who wanted to travel to Acapulco since this destination her family in her childhood. So she decided to buy a vacation pack of her complete trip plans, including flights, accommodations, and experiences. When it was polluted with a lot of trash, some other spaces were closed because the bad quality. Moreover, she was also worried due to the safety and the violent issues that she saw in the city. What Anna experienced is a result of some of the many different impacts caused by conventional tourism. For example, is the fact that the tourist generates more water waste and consumes more water than a local. And let's also think about gender and social inequalities and the fact that workers usually earn less when compared to other places within Mexico. The negative impacts of conventional tourism affect directly the people wanting to go back. Less passengers and less tourists, just as in Anna's case in Acapulco in the graphics in the right side, where since 2015 the number of passengers have decreased due to the affectation on image and attractiveness of the city. Therefore, we found the pro-environment, society, and economics that generate a risk of decreasing the value of this destination, which also represents.
So we are aware that we are one actor among the many who make tourism possible. However, it is our duty to take responsibility, especially as industry leaders. Please consider that we connect more than 20 million passengers every year, and that what you are seeing here on screen is the traditional cycle of a traveler. We can impact them 20 million people and convince them that small changes in their way of consumption will love. Solving this problem will also allow us to continue building the pillars of our business, such as supporting our position as leaders, but most of all, to be an active part of the transformation of this industry. From reactive suppliers to evolve and grow together after this COVID-19 pandemic that we are living. So then we transformed the problem and changed it into a challenge. So how can we promote sustainable tourism involving the Aeromexico community, this is employees, suppliers, and customers along the whole travel experience?
Okay, in our market research, we have found that there have been several Travelist, TripAdvisor, and Natur, to name a few. They all have something close to what we are looking for. We have also seen that currently there are destinations in Mexico considered as sustainable and that operate with aircheck certificates, such as Baja California Airline currently not has a similar project to what we are proposing. So all of them have sustainable practice and travel package, as we can see from Delta, Iberia, and Volaris. No one has a product with a scope that considers the trip from beginning to end related with sustainability. So after a lot of mix, Green Plan was born, a product of Grand Plan, which aims to create awareness on responsible consumption. How can a person have a sustainable trip? Well, Green Plan involves the three main experience. The business model we are using is asset distribution. The transportation will occur through Aeromexico flights, where we will promote our Bola Verde, which is a voluntary contribution that our customers can make when purchasing their flights. This contribution supports projects to take care of the environment and mitigate CO2 impact, plus all the action that Aeromexico takes in regards of sustainability. In terms of accommodations, for Green Plan, we will be working only with hotels and tour operators that have certifications that guarantee best practice, such as proper waste, water, and energy management, promote local consumption, and decent job condition. This is how we create a sustainable trip involving the entire.
So let's go back to Anna, the girl that we talked about in the beginning, and let's see how is it that she's going to live this new product. So Anna buys her travel plan through grandplan.com. It includes her plane ticket with Vuela Verde, accommodation, and an experience. Now, from her purchase on, she will receive information on how to make her trip a little bit more responsible through our newsletter and the Aeromexico Green site, where she will also discover an interactive map with her flight. A push notification is sent to invite her to visit the installation made by Mexican artists with recycled materials. In the fourth stage, now she's flying, she's on board, and passengers will be informed about sustainable tourism through video capsules that will run on all our flights and also in our magazine. In the fifth stage, now Ana is finally in her destination. She arrives, let's imagine, to Puerto Vallarta and moves to Riviera Nayarit. She stays in a 100% environmentally friendly hotel to promote local consumption and involve locals in different activities. Anna helps with the release of newborn turtles that day, ends her day watching at the sunset and listening to the waves, and she believes her tourism impact will decrease, and her vacations will, with no doubt, change, and will tell her friends. In the end, she receives a satisfaction survey and answers it to giving an egg her trip had and points of the loyalty program for him to travel in the future.
And to implement this project and launch the product, the first one is the market analysis, where we are going to analyze the market needs, study the current sustainable performance at hotels, at tour operators, find the specification required, including certification to be used, sales channels, identity, and catalog. And in the implementation phase, it will be launched the product and included an additional initiative related to creating a guideline to apply sustainable practices in corporate events held in 10 internal areas at Aeromexico who are involved in the project. Also, suppliers, customer, government, and business chambers are included in order to promote sustainable tourism in different destinations and at different levels. From an internal perspective, including data of the number of cells generated by green plan, ton of CO2 offset, the impact this product has on some SDGs because of the active participation from suppliers.
And well, the benefits of this project are main impact on goals 8, 12, and 17, 3.8 million potential passengers to raise awareness about their way of traveling. The product will provide 5% income in the ground plan division and promote new way of traveling, work and communities.
So thank you very much for your attention and your interest in this topic. Please feel free to contact every one of us. Here are emails, our LinkedIn profiles through this QR code. So we will be very happy to hear and read from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our Mexico team. Let's continue with the next team, that is Grupo Verdes. Let's see if the team is ready. Yeah. Jimena and Estefania, you can share your screen. And you can share your screen. Thank you. Stefania is not here, right?
She's coming, yeah.
Okay, perfect. When are you ready? To start, and then
Sure. I mean, could we give her just 1 minute, and if not, we'll start.
Okay.
It's my pleasure to present one of the most important, I will
are Andrea, Jimena, and Estefania from sorry to interrupt you, but we can listen.
And Andrea and Steph will catch on because we can hear her. So the B, this tiny but great insect, percent of the an estimated 20% of the bee population has died in the past recent years. This mainly due to bad agricultural practices, climate change, and not enough pollination plants. Over the years, awareness around bees and calling everyone to action. There is an international day. There's a piece that exclusively for bees are starting to talk about this problem. Despite all these efforts, the bee is dying. And without bees, iconic product, this is Grupo Verdes. We are a food and beverage company based in Mexico City. We are a agricultural commodity of honey and for the work of pollinators, around 89% is not only important for human beings, it is essential. We know Grupo Verdes must be a key and an active participant in protecting this. It is our due to 2017, we have a sustainable agricultural program that has helped altering the environment. So our company's sustainability purpose is to be passion, culture. This is where B-Way is born. For us, sustainability and the 2030 agenda are strategic priorities. The global hive. As our value proposition, we want to create a global collaborative alliance to save the bees. For this will lead us to generate value actions starting in Mexico. B-Way aims to contribute to 4 of the SDGs, zero hunger by nourishing people, goals by boosting collaboration. And how will we accomplish this?
Efforts for a peer-oriented pathway. To achieve it, we developed a circular model with 3 stages. Our first stage is cities, where we want to increase awareness pathway in Mexico City. The next stage is fields, where we will be oriented agricultural program. And the last stage is product innovation, where we will launch Be Conscious products to involve our consumers on our mission to save the bees and together make it a profitable project. By 2025. First, we want to be the leader. Second, we want to ensure the availability and the quality. And third, we want to create a sustainable business model. Our activities and fields. Yes, we know we have big ambitions, but we are sure that we just need solid, confident steps to make this happen. The big way starts in Mexico City. Shelter and rest. And where people popular spaces all over the city, such as the IDA, which is the biggest university campus of Latin America. Other popular spaces such as parks and the pathway. So our coordinator plans big hotels so they can drink water. And of course, the V-Way needs a marketing strategy. So inspired on pollination, we developed the following plan. First, of course, we need to start the bus. So in spring 2021, collaborators and consumers just to assure that everybody gets to know the project. Digital media will help us to spread the pollen, and it will be our main support to achieve massive awareness all over the country. May live a virtual experience of a bigger impact. We will develop events and workshops.
Connecting the hive. So, how do we connect the hive? We live and work as a community and are dedicated to different tasks for the common good. We want to learn from them and capacities of the private sector and the reach of the public sector. We would create hive. We would boost internal innovation with a sustainability purpose.
much, Grupo Verdes team. Let's continue the program, and it's the turn of KPMG. And yeah, are you ready? You can share your screen and audio and start. Okay. When are you ready? You can start.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Okay, so I think we're ready. Make sure you double click the presentation so you have it in full screen. And well, thank you for having us here. My name is Daniela.
I'm Tania.
And I'm Marco.
And we are here to present you our proposal to accelerate the SDGs in KPMG. So, first of all, who is KPMG? And we don't want to talk about the size of the firm or the business. We would like to talk about the essence, that is our purpose. And that is inspire confidence and empower change. We want to be the clear choice to all our stakeholders. And that means to our people, to our clients, our community. And we want them to see our innovative and confident approach, that we can work together for doing things in a better way. That can, of course, adapting to the market and the society. So keeping all this in mind and knowing all the changes that we are living in, changes in the technology and in the society, how can we encourage innovation in our work teams to retain and increase KPMG's client portfolio? So, in different approach, we would like to use something multidisciplinary that can help us to build the resilience that we need in this world of changes. Something that we have already in our strategy, and that is sustainability. But what is a more prosperous future to have better conditions, and this can be reflected in an economic growth where there are more business opportunities for KPMG and of course for other companies. So to be more specific, great to our organizational culture, the Sustainable Development Goals as an advantage. As why this is important. First of all, we want to show you why this is important, and then we are going to show you how we are going to do it.
Okay, we SDGs. For example, advisory for instance impact the goal 16. Another is tax services. We support the client to achieve fiscal compliance regulations in their business. In this way, we protect the labor rights and we promote decent work for all. And in audit services, we perform a formal analysis of the accountability to ensure transparency.
So in this way, we impact 16 and 70 goals of the agenda. Some of the opportunities are, if we can integrate the SDGs, we can create over 300 million of new jobs for $212 billion. Access to new markets, this is one of our next steps. We are going to position KPMG as an SDG leader in the market. We are the only Big Four in Mexico that will align their proposals to increase the well-being of our employees and our community. This is so important because of the situation we are living. Create an internal network between internal areas, attraction and retention of millennial talent. The 81% of the millennials believe that the company has encouraged innovation through sustainability. We want to go forward of what the clients are expecting. Market.
Global trends are changing our world. Nowadays, companies are adapting environmental, social, and governance indicators to their own operations. And also, stakeholders and funds are taking those practices when they are making their investment decisions. So, paying attention to this, about 40% of research that we made of KPMG's most those practices into their own operations because they know there is a risk of not doing it. Where we can work with them, we can work hand by hand, make them leaders in their own industry because we know that the industry is already going to that way. So we work with purpose and we work with innovative approaches because we want to be always the clear choice.
To answer this question, our team worked during these SDGs, and for the Agenda 2030, we need to start with us, with our own people. That's why our plan is divided in two phases. First, we begin from the inside. Then, we inspire to take action. During the first phase of the plan, we will be working in 4 specific corporate responsibilities: sustainability, inclusion, and diversity area. See that integrates the SDGs in our 8 operation areas. Number 3, training for all how they have a key role as change makers in their teams and areas. Number 4, build internal communities. We're talking about multidisciplinary teams that create solutions for the SDGs in an innovative environment. So we can move to the second phase, where we will be working in 2 specific actions. Number 1, communicate our focus on the SDGs to our stakeholders. This is where we talk to our clients, talent, community about the importance of the SDGs in the business. Number 2, just as Tanya mentioned before, our services now are accomplishing to the SDGs. Valuing the SDGs in their business is an opportunity and a benefit for them. Creating alliances towards the future and advising them on how to approach the SDGs. For this, we will begin with the first prototype with an advisory area, and then we will work with other services.
In the last years, the agenda has been focusing on as a consulting firm in KPMG. We work with several organizations and also governments. into opportunities into our business. Other companies that we already are working. This is how we are going to apport to the sustainable.
If you want to create this partnership vision, that's why we have defined a roadmap that specifies periods of time or how many years we can repeat the same cycle by just reinforcing the actions that needed. Finally, we can achieve our long-term development goals as a competitive advantage, so we can retain and increase our clients' portfolio and together accelerate the Agenda 2030. This ambition is quite big. We wanted to do this, but for all of you, the next generation of innovators, current leaders, before you start this journey, what are you passionate about? What moves you? In my case, it's achieving gender equality.
In my case, it's
and connected with your project, you're going to make it through. You're going to really make a difference because this is the moment for doing it. So we want you to take that passion to inspire others, be innovators, change the way we do stuff, be disruptive. That's what we have to do. This is the time to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Ivan, we'll continue with the next part of the session. Go ahead, Ivan.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, with these 4 to 5 minutes that we have, I will invite one innovator from each team to answer and share with us the one question. So could one innovator from each team join me here at the stage? Yeah. For these last few minutes, we have a question. Please answer in 2 minutes or less. And let's answer in the same order as the presentations that we already had. Team from TT Banamex, the question is, what was your biggest challenge in the program and how did you solve it? We can hear you. Okay, maybe we can pass to Aeromexico, Team Aeromexico, while Bruno, Team Aeromexico, the same question.
Was finding the real problem, because being such a chaotic world and industry and the tourism industry is the real problem, getting to the root. I think that was it got us thinking and where
it's great. To identify. Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah. I think our team with great wanted to make sure that group strategy also with our sustainability guidelines, and that really saw I think that the fundamental piece to solve it was the approach we made from the beginning of the program inside Group Verdes, and that gave us good guidance and feedback to develop our project.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, let's continue with Team KPMG.
Yes. Sounds really easy, but it was really hard for us to find doing this and doing it for our business because we are a multidisciplinary team. It was quite, but even in a big support system all the way through Jessica, we had a lot of people in the US, and what was amazing. I would say nice team. We had a growing
That's really nice.
Yes. We learn and understand during our presentation for us, and after that, a solution that could work for them. So, and all that.
That's all innovators and all the teams. Thank you all for being here. And we invite you to or 4 p.m. is EST, located on the session section. Thank you very much, and stay safe.
Well, thank you, Network Mexico. Can everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. Well, my name is Thunderbird, is the institutional partner of the Global Compact Network USA. So next, you're going to hear from Network USA members of the UNX. But first, I'd like to introduce a member of the E-Ink team, Colleen Cannon. Let's bring her on here.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
All right, I'm going to begin the, oh, sure. I'm going to begin the presentation. It is pre-recorded, and let me know if there's any audio issues. So let's do this. Let me just share screen. There we go. Oh no. All right, so I guess I'll do it live. Let's share this presentation. You guys see this on the screen? Okay, awesome. All right, let's actually get started here. So I'm going to be talking about our project from the YSIP program, which is to reignite our. My name is Colleen. I'm a process engineer at E-Ink, and I'll be representing Team Incubators today. So who is E-Ink? Well, we are the world's leading electronic paper display manufacturer. We create a sustainable technology with low power consumption. It's paper-like, sunlight-readable wide-angle view, which means it's reflective, and it's also easy on the eyes as it mimics paper. Our technology helps enable companies create their own innovations. And down at the bottom of the screen here, we have a few examples. The light phone, living packets, SUFA signs, and I think that the one that everybody recognizes, the Amazon Kindle. In a way, you could say we also enable sustainable innovation. And behind each one of these products is a SDG that can be seen through its usable shipping packages. And the little E-Ink screen on the front display, it updates with each new customer and reduces the amount of package waste. Another one is the Amazon Kindle. And everybody knows e-readers are a great resource for putting an entire library on one device. And this goes into SDG number 4, quality education. And we can see these being used in a lot of different ways for kids, for adults, for education and personal use. Oops. Let me just go back. For those of you in the audience who aren't familiar with the Young SDG Innovators Program, it's a 10-month accelerated program hosted by UNGC member companies. And our goal is to create a project to help integrate the UNGC's sustainable development goals within our company's business strategy. For us, it was hosted by Network USA, and top is the Incubators, as we've dubbed ourselves. We have 2 senior leadership members on our team, Lynn Garone and Paul Apin, who's helped us through the entire journey. The Incubators themselves are myself, Colleen Kennan, Roger Saborin, and Xiaolong Zheng. We are 3 different engineers and scientists from different locations across the US who have come together to start this project. So let's talk about the journey towards a solution. I think a lot of YSIPers know that you don't initially start with the same solution from the beginning to the end. The first one that we decided to go with was potentially using our e-paper modules for educational purposes through STEAM education. And these modules can be used to help teach a paperless classroom idea. So trying to remove high energy use, sophisticated materials from the classroom while maintaining quality education through paper-like devices. We then decided, why not create something like a mini pop-up library? This would be a module that would go into inner cities or underdeveloped places where they would need educational resources. And these libraries would be preloaded with e-readers, with content, different educational content to help out. But one of the things we realized through Task Force to actually carry out these initiatives within our framework. So we decided to focus on sustainability unification at our company. So currently, our pipeline looks like this. We have our North American operations, all these different sectors and volunteer-run committees provide data to our CSR committee over on our not only carries out their own local initiatives, but they also organize and compile all of our information that come from these different sectors into a CSR report. That is, there's an issue with this because there's actually no dedicated and centralized group to focus on new initiatives to assess, report, and grow within the North American operations. So our proposed pipeline looks a little bit like this. We have all the same sectors as before. They would report to a new sustainability group or department to help learn, build, and measure different initiatives within the North American operations. We also wish to use an SDG framework to help focus this task force on the most important needs of our world. The sustainability group would also still report and organize the data to our CSR committee over in Taiwan, who would then in turn publish our CSR report every year as normal. So I think a lot of you think this is a really simplistic idea, you know, creating a sustainability department within a company. And yes, that's right. The UNGC showcase that green business, most successful companies begin with internal improvements. Sustainability through our employee base as well as through how we make our products. And to do this, we would need company dedication, a focused task force, careful planning and execution, and then creating and fostering core values to really strive for sustainability. And a question a lot of companies come up with is, how can we benefit from this? For Inc. in particular, we'd like to future-proof our company by utilizing this new sustainability department. The first benefit, we can build collateral and different resources for similar mid-sized tech B2Bs to help integrate sustainability within their frameworks. And through this project, we actually interviewed companies who have established sustainability departments, and most of them stated this is a pretty new idea. And this will give us an opportunity to build new innovations and business models and the business strategy. The second is discovering new cost savings and tech innovations. So this would be where we'd identify gaps and opportunities within our current structure to build efficiency improvements as well as develop new technology based on sustainability. An example we like to show is through their sustainability efforts, Nike added to recycled polyester and in turn diverted 182 million pounds of discarded bottles from landfills every year. That's pretty substantial. Goes towards our employee base. So at E-Ink, we are big boost in employee morale and productivity. A study that we researched, or we read rather, shows that highly engaged business units that utilize sustainability realize a 41% increase, or reduction rather, in bring a lot to a company. And we need to maintain this talent pool to have that competitive edge. Showed that 51% of workers said that making and this resonated a lot with with regards to the business model, we don't expect capturing value through a new sustainability department. So on the left here, you have 5 key areas where ways to integrate sustainability within a company. The first is employing business model thinking. Here we would map out our current business model to identify those gaps and opportunities for sustainability and create better cross. The second is putting materiality to use and organizing our sustainability targets based on those findings. The third is applying sustainability lens to our products and services. So here, this would include tools like developing life cycle analysis of our production of our products, and creating sustainability scorecards for any department along the way. Here is where the fourth one is tapping into the culture. This is a really important one. We want to build a company culture where sustainability is important to every inker, which is what we call our employees. And the final one is leveraging transparency. Through transparency, through well-documented routine reports that we would see circulated through. So a key part of this was SDG advancement. For those of you who are just getting on the SDG bandwagon, it's a framework for communicating the world's most pressing needs. And it's basically used at our headquarters in Taiwan. The CSR committee already includes SDGs within our CSR report. We can learn from this and build upon it. SDGs to highlight company successes, actions, and new targets. We also have some ideas of our company. The first would be through research and development, technical development process, marketing and business department. And this would be promoting them through our blog posts and reporting them at the beginning of the presentation. The third one we can see this fitting into is working with HR, Human Resources Department. And we could health and well-being activities at. So just to begin this project base, the first stage is to excuse me, an internal educational program to help build presentations, speakers, and different workshops to get all of our employees thinking on a sustainability mindset in their everyday jobs. From there, we can then utilize our employees and, take a survey. The third one is to find new opportunities together. We can create and share a vision of how we want to see sustainability working throughout e-ink. Changes within the organization. And this is sort of the first stage of where strategy is absolutely necessary for this full integration of sustainability at our corporation. So that's pretty much it. Feel free to reach out to us with any ideas or comments, or just here, I'd like to thank all of the other YSIPers in our program and the school, the Thunderbird School of Global Management. And I really look forward to seeing all the successes that come out of Network USA's program. Thank you, everybody.
Great job, Colleen. Thank you so much for sharing. Way to adapt on the fly. So for those who may just join, Thunderbird is the international institutional partner for the Global SDG Innovators Program. I'd like to introduce members of the Cisco team. Kayla Yang, Emilio Alvarez, Jerome Sanders, and we'll get them on here. Let's see. Go ahead and request speaking and sharing privileges if you would. Hi, Kayla.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
All right. Let's see where the guys are. I was just talking to them, so they've got no excuses for being late.
If you guys are on, go ahead and try to request sharing audio. Great.
All right. But I would like to have my other teammates there. What other worst case scenario, you guys are going to get me for the full 30 minutes?
Okay, let's spoil the party.
Oh, there's Amelia.
Yeah. I'm just going to send you a nasty text message. Saying, not getting pinged on WhatsApp left and right. Let's see, where's our Jerome?
Yeah, you were saying that the link wasn't working.
Derek, just so we know, how much time do we want us to take up?
So we
get to listen to us
run all these.
Probably 30 minutes, and I wonder if people have some Q&A otherwise.
Great.
Let's see.
Okay, here we go. You should be joining in a moment.
There we go.
There we
Hey,
go.
can you guys hear me?
All right, good luck.
Yes.
Wait, so are we early? We ready?
All right, Jerome, kick us off. Yes, sir.
All right. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, good evening, and creating
sustainability in business. Next slide. On our agenda, we'll talk through who exactly we are, what is shared value, breakthrough innovation mindset, and we'll show you a little bit about seeing that, and we'll open it up for any questions or concerns that you may have. So a little bit about our team. So before we get into this, we think it's important to level set and let you know a little bit about Cisco and who we are. So first and foremost, Cisco is a multinational corporation that's been around for a little over 30 years. We play in the technology space, so a lot of our tech you can see in the networking space, security, the world's internet. And we operate as the backbone. Executive sponsor is Tae Yu, who's the Senior Vice President of Corporate Affairs and Corporate Social Responsibility. And our core team of United Nations Young Innovators includes Emilio Alvarez, who's a data scientist in the Cisco Refresh organization. I am a communications manager within the CEO and employee communications team. And then lastly, we have incubation group. Next slide. Thank you. So now we'll talk a little bit about creating shared value, which most of us have probably already been well versed on. But for those of you who don't know, it's all about driving long-term profitability by also doing good. And these are some of the biggest learnings that we've taken away from this team. Have an opportunity to unlock $12 trillion dual objective by both helping companies prosper economically, but by also doing positive for the people, the planet, and society. The second thing that we learned about, and we'll talk about mindset. And it's this idea of dreaming and thinking so far and so big that you're thinking 10 times bigger than what you actually thought was possible, while also embracing uncertainty and bringing other people along that journey. And because of that, we've learned the importance of just thinking big, and it has this infectious and this viral effect of making other people around you think big as well and believe in it. And then lastly, in all things, it's important to have that into a reality. And what you see here at the bottom is our cohort from the USA Network, who had also participated in this 10-month accelerator with us. And we certainly couldn't have gotten to where we are today without them. Next slide, please. So you've heard me say this word a couple of times, or this phrase. Well, first and foremost, when you're solving a big root of, falling in love with the problem, not so much the solution. More often than not, a lot of people gravitate towards the latter. But in reality, when you're working on something that is a team that you're working with to make it happen, which leads with you, says this is upon these journeys on your own. And then I like to reiterate that idea of, if you can think of anything, you're not thinking big enough. So fundamentally bigger. And lastly, what we've seen in the world of the coronavirus and the racial injustices and some of the things that have been happening around even through times of change. And that's when people are looking to us to step up and fundamentally change the world. Which leads me to my glasses for our societies. And then also everyone has a shot at like and now I'll hand it
I'm just going to do is it looks like we've been glitching a little bit. And as Derek so kindly reminded us, we have you until the end of time. So now that we've done that, so Jerome wanted to, so we can talk about innovation and actions, bring you on our journey. Right back from when we started as, the little bright-eyed, bushy-tailed babies when we started the YSIP program back in September, all the way to where we are right is all the way back into the United Nations for some of us. So innovators in the U.S. cohort, leaders by the UNGC, by Thunderbird School of Management, their professors, to really think big. And that was something that Jerome mentioned earlier. And so we were starting to think, okay, how big, right? How big until we start, that we have our sort of minor thing that we had to keep in mind was, what could your company do, right? Obviously, is that Cisco's role that Cisco would be uniquely qualified to solve. And so you can see we were jotting things down, we were crossing things out. There's a lot of process of elimination, a lot of back and forth ideas. We mapped into the Sustainable Development Goals. For many of us, that was the first time that we had been introduced to those 17 tenets of what, for many of us, is part of us now. So we had to know and the SDG alignment. So we had this idea, and so we went back to, so what we wanted to do is evolve. So we took it out and we said internet for everyone, internet for all. And if that wasn't crazy enough, then we didn't know what it was. And we found out that, and so luckily we were able to scale it down, got some bite-sized attainable goals there. But this idea of bringing the internet to the world was huge. And so we came up with this solution, or a few, or a lot of these trusted innovators that we say, is this the right way? Is this something that we can do? And it was challenging. We had to boil it down to the very essence of what we engineering jargon. We had to say, dot it down to something that was consumable. And when it finally got down to our third boot camp earlier this year in January, which again feels like years ago for a lot of us, we were trying to make it real, right? What is this idea of practical reality? What can we achieve, right? There are so many people that need to be helped. Jerome, Emilio, and I, we all come from a lot of different, are connectivity experts. We are not experts on the digital divide. We are not experts on how to solve it. And so what we've done from starting all the way back in late 2019 or early 2020 about this, we have invested ourselves, and we about how we can make this real, try and figure out what we don't know, who can we talk to, who are the experts, you know, and setting up those calls, keep learning and keep the momentum despite all of that. Is something that's keeping us motivated, it's keeping us in that learning mind space. And so while we're far from being SMEs, we're a lot further along than we were back in September when we had that whiteboard marker, and that now in June we are on our listening tour, we're making it bulletproof. And that is something that is really, really important. Cisco is one of the largest networking companies. We've been around since, I think, 84, 70,000, 80,000 employees. Our bet is going to be foolproof. You know, business case that we've been socializing with all of our different executives and stakeholders in this piece of documentation, right? You know, there are different characteristics that really make up an innovator. And the first is being open to new ideas. The second one, though, it's about having follow through. It's about being industrious, making sure that you can turn that idea into a reality and doing all of the and editing that you need to make an idea a reality. So in the middle of a pandemic with all of the social, fortunately, we're still moving forward. We have our stakeholder buy-in phase where we're going to talk to our executives, these things happen. Done, wherever you're from. And people are poking holes. We're having people, we want the skeptics, we want the pessimists, because when it comes to eventually, ideally, real idea, this can make money, this can help the world. So that's where we're at right now. I'm going to hand it off to Emilio in a second to sort of give you what we call Gaia Light, which is a mini version of the pitch that we've been giving to our executives. So hopefully you can all try it for us. So Emilio, take it away.
Just to, and I think one of the really important things that both Kill and Jerome have been, think of something that is audacious enough, but you can potentially find a way at global scale, right? And so what basically what we come back with is because we believe that everyone deserves to be connected, because it happens to be the great idea of having, of how do you make a global impact. And so when we started this, as Kayla was saying, we knew next to nothing, at least next to nothing compared to what we know now. But when we started thinking, well, how does it connect to the SDGs and greater good for make the infrastructure for the internet? And there's a lot of people who are not have access to the internet. That varies a little bit depending on who you are. And we started thinking, well, what can we do? Is that this isn't so much of a technological problem. If we really wanted to, as a society, to bring connectivity to everyone, with today's technology, it's doable. But the thing is, how do you make it's one thing to actually afford the price that it takes to actually figure out how can we use innovative business where we have the ability to make a different problem. It's a business model problem. And so I mentioned a little bit, and when you start digging into all of the literature, and you can say, well, more or less, what is the impact, not only, but what happens if you were to connect Cisco? And when you do that, you sort of backwash your test, and it's true that if we had a magic wand, then all of a sudden you would have unlocked about 10 trillion, I think the third or fourth largest economy in the world. When you think about what Cisco does as the opportunity, in fact, Emilio, I buy that the more people use the internet, the better for Cisco, the more. But how do we actually make this happen? What we were internet to the people, right? So generally speaking, you have your service providers who have the infrastructure, and then they provide their services on top of that. Companies like Airbnb and Uber, and we said, well, is there a way that we can share the assets that already exist to in some way provide some kind of affordable internet access globally? Gaia, maybe. You work with the public sector and the small and medium businesses that are in a region or a city. You say, hey, you already have a router and a switch. What if I can then go talk to a service provider and say, well, you're not actually using everything that you've installed. What if I can help broker that through the SMBs and the public service? And so really what we're proposing is this idea of almost like Uber, or the sharing economy meets the internet. Is managed through the cloud, through Cisco software. What we're really saying is that we're to our business model. If we can go to the next slide. Because what we're really saying is, how can we take a shared value approach to connect those billion people? And the way that we want to do this is by creating this network of localized partnerships with SMBs, with the public sector, with the local telco providers, to create capacity to provide affordable internet access. Now, the first one is, how do you monetize it, which is a typical first question you'll get from a VC or an executive: how does it make money? The second one is, well, how do you actually take this to market? And then three, how do you deliver your product or service? Play to our strengths, and then add a little twist to what one of the way that we want to deliver at the very granular level. So what we're proposing, for example, is that you actually need some degree of technical know-how in order to manage the networks. manage these micro SPs, these networks that are able to monetize it in a way that's more affordable. By doing that, we're acting in a very localized way. And what that means is that whenever Cisco leaves after it's good for the community, and it's also good for the people who are helping us make it react. With that in mind, I've also, and taking a look at some of the comments, and one of the things that I'm really excited about is is to see the excitement with everyone, and with this idea of wanting to dream big and dream together. And with that in mind, I want to turn it over to Jerome.
Thank you, Emilio. Really do appreciate that. And just to echo that sentiment, again, this is not something that is going to happen overnight. You know, this is really a 10-year-long dream, and it requires us to think differently, to think big. I think a lot of us are here today because we're looking to connect, to create different types of impacts. And what we've learned throughout this 10-month process as a team is that innovation fundamentally is a journey. You know, it's not always perfect. It's not always a straight path to success. There's bumps, there's turns, there's detours along the way. And again, I'll reiterate the fact that we're seeing that happen in our world right now. These mindsets and the right teams in place and the right foundation to create meaningful change. And so what we're encouraging everyone to do starting today, or even if you've been doing, continue to evolve and change with it and bring other people along with you. You know, stay positive. You know, having that optimism is what's going to continue to help us get through that next generation. And lastly, stay passionate. You know, continue to fall in love with those problems and want to make a difference in the world. And again, we can't do it without you, and we need everyone on this call and in our communities to rally around so that we can impact those next billion users to the internet. So with that, we'd like to thank you. And next slide, please. Breakthrough innovation mindset to drive to the future of your internet. But we're inviting you on this journey with us to do this for your organization. So with that, we'd like to say thank you for your time, for being here, being open to learning about our perspective at Cisco and the UNGC and Thunderbird School of Management. And with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Pressure test the idea, poke holes. Like I said, there's nothing next, so we're here all night.
Okay, I see a question. What inspired you all? Kayla or Emilio, you want to take that?
Ryan, well, honestly, I mean, I could go into some fluff thing. Like, I mean, working with all of these young innovators and being a part of this group, this cohort, I mean, it's funny. That is where I draw the inspiration, and the knowledge that there are other people's innovation are trying to change the world for the better. And I think that one of the things that we sometimes struggle with is in large corporations or sometimes in the private sector world, we can get caught up in our day-to-day, or we get caught up with seeing the same people, or sort of people work because and you want to be able to make the biggest impact, but you also have this pull to do something bigger. And being a part of the Young SDG Innovator Accelerator Program, a huge motivator and hugely inspirational. So I think that's one of my key drivers.
Yeah, go for it.
You want me to chime in, Emilio? I think the inspiration that I took from this program, it really stemmed from Innovation Bootcamp #1, which Kayla talked about the uniquely positioned to do to change the world, and the learner and Bozak and thinking that at the fact that we manage over 80% of the world's internet, yet there's such a gap in the digital divide. It almost felt like it was up to us. So my really need that I think it's
you guys are right, but I think that you're humble. Myself is also paid to do something that is great by being in a group that's full of people.
King of humility. I saw a couple of other questions. Steps for us, you know, how can we help get our funding in order for a proof of concept? We know that there's a lot of things that we can understand theoretically, but how people really engage with a gentleman from the ITF, which is standard, said that this issue or the solution that I'll solve, which I think is just so perfect, data center, what have you, but you know, until you get out onto the field and see how people are actually going to engage with it, it's completely different, right? So we want to be able to do that within the next couple of quarters. Right now is the you know, we have an answer for, and we have to, it makes our communities, right? Our biggest obstacle is how do we put Gaia top of that priority list? How do we show them that this is a long-term investment that will not only help to benefit things like teleeducation or telehealth, which are two huge industries, everything's happening with racial injustice and the segregation and the separation that's happening there. And I think that that is the biggest obstacle your leaders, right? The digital divide, I mentioned this in the comments, is this is a hugely, it's an overarching, it's an umbrella issue. As we know, the SDGs all touch one another in some way. And by working on the digital divide, you're touching good health and well-being. You're touching education. You're touching all of these other things. This is something that is to prevent or to remedy the digital divide, regardless of the industry, right? There's so many different things that have caused this really emphasized right now with our leaders saying this is something that is important, crying out for something like this. How do we get that as an round? That's what we need right now, something to help us deploy. Jerome, you want to touch on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think you hit on the head, right? Because I think fundamentally, but negative space, don't have it. It can be the great inequalizer. And so there's this, well, kind of the origin of the saying is kind of disputed, but there's this old start with one step, and I think to take that next step with us.
See one about if we've done an analysis on the pitfalls that might be faced with implementing this idea. I think Kayla and Emilio touched on that a little bit. And Emilio has done a phenomenal job on our analysis. And one of the things that we've learned solution is assumptions can be one of our biggest pitfalls, right? So regardless of what location we pick to have our first pilot or to be used, whether people will be willing to pay the price, community up approach versus technology down. So really starting at the community level and getting an understanding of what are the needs that the internet be used for. Help us with the success of this rep and putting it into the community and just hoping and expecting that the communities will understand how to use it. And then another piece that I'll add in there is the sustainability aspect of our solution. It's to help them facilitate that technology on their own. And so part of our solution that we empower these communities to become the next generation of network optimally grow their own communities.
And I think I saw, there was one question that I really liked around, I think Nikiro said, what lessons could be learned from the same journey to provide basic infrastructure and utilities like energy and water that we can call upon? And Emilio, I think it was very funny. You had a conversation with Hatch about this because the Hatch has been, again, shout out to the US cohort, but it's just, we rely on our team so much. Do you want to take
that? Sure. Yeah, so that's a really good question because he is pretty nerdy. So there was a time where it's basically one of the quirks, I guess, that when solar panels create the most is when they're needed the least. And when they're needed the most is when they can't generate. So there's this dichotomy of how do you basically bring that, do all that. And I spent some time talking to one of the folks who's leading that team. And within an hour, we were basically saying, yeah, it's basically the same problem with a different name. The details may be different, structure, and then make it affordable are really interesting. They intersect a lot.
I see I have a few minutes, right?
We have until they
perfect.
log off, Jerome. There's no one behind us. We have a captive audience until they get bored of us.
How does this effort compare to the works of other large companies such as Alphabet, Facebook, SpaceX, as they try to implement what I believe to be similar things internationally? And then I'll just leave it up to there. When do you guys want to take that? How are we different? I guess what I'm
yeah,
hearing in this
well,
question.
Emilio touched on this one a little bit earlier, and this is a question that we get quite frequently. And a lot of people have tried this, right? This isn't a new problem. This isn't something that this isn't something that just appeared in 2020. This is something that, right? The digital has and the have-nots. So, of course, many other enterprises are going to be looking at this. So in terms of Alphabet, Facebook, SpaceX, we can call them as web scale service providers. And Emilio, who we partner with and we work with, is that they are innovating on a product, or they think that there is an inherent technology solution that can solve this issue. And there are merits to that, and there are downfalls to that. With Cisco, we find that our unique differentiator is the fact that we benefit from the internet itself. The expansion of the US providers, they tend to benefit from various subscription models. We think that there's a lot of opportunity to partner, to come together, and I think that's something that is a recurring theme of the Leader Summit, is this idea of partnerships and coming together to collaborate on. And there's a lot of different satellite providers, 5G, Wi-Fi. There's so many different ways to provide internet connectivity, and no one is an expert in one. One solution will not be the problem, will not be the winner here. It'll be almost like a Dippin' Dot situation. You have to have a bit of everything. You have to have, a different versus these other companies. So we're fortunate to be able to have really good working relationships with companies like Facebook and with SpaceX and with all these other competitors, and we call them competition. We work with them collaboratively and we compete with them, which I think creates a really healthy market. And so I think the second part of that question is considering different metrics to understand potential profits that we gained at different economies. But at a high level, which I could probably talk, is we have to look at the different profit margins, right? Because $5 to some is more than it is to others, right? There's always that level of looking at where you're going in. So, do you want to touch on that a little bit, because I think there's.
Yeah, sure. So, what I'll say that is, when you look at the research, we say that the internet is affordable, quote unquote, when it represents about 2% of your monthly income, roughly speaking. But what that means is that depending on where you go, things can change drastically. And so talking about how you bring things to scale, yes, like in many businesses, we do create this positive feedback loop. And that's is not only good for us, but also the community and the people we partner with. As that is an exciting component to call out. I don't know. There's any
win, a triple win. Yeah, it's something that we've been focusing on, right? That triple bottom, supporting this idea, how it responding to the bold, innovative idea. And we are so fortunate to have a really supportive executive sponsor. So Tay Yu, who Jerome mentioned earlier in our presentation, is SVP of Corporate Affairs, and she has this problem of closing this digital divide. She wrote an incredible blog about it, and you can find it on Cisco's network, executive network, as well as on LinkedIn as well, just outlining all of the different components of what is called. Really fortunate to have her championing this and making those introductions fantastic. And I think it's really, really important to have that executive leadership support in order to get an idea like this at least put on the table. Be excited, because this is, like I said, this isn't something that their entire career in networking have been trying to solve. And the fact that there's still people trying to solve it, I think gives them hope. And I think that it's something that if Cisco can do this, it is going to be, or I should even say, when Cisco does, so many people. So leadership is supporting, and we have to be obviously conscious of the fact that there are other things that are happening in the world that also need attention. I don't think anything. There has to be anymore.
And I did see another question. What's the call to action for individuals and teams at Cisco? I'll answer that question. Truly just becoming more educated on what exactly the digital divide is. I think we've, for the most part, have heard the term, but it wasn't until we actually dug into who are the people who are being impacted by a connected future, because as we know, there's going to be billions of we ensure that those people that are on the negative side of the digital divide, that we bring them up to speed so that they have a chance at life. So again, in short, just becoming more well-versed on what exactly the digital divide is, and just look at communities and your surrounding areas that can be supported.
Yeah, I think that in a nutshell, right? How can you
start with your own
community up?
backyard? Look outside, see what's connected. And I think, and Emilio posted the link to Tay's blog that I mentioned earlier, and that's a really good place to start. So if you need some reading, if you need some heavy reading, then we can send her a business case or whatever you'd like to read or see. But you can always contact us, is available by, I'm sure we can, I'll put mine in there if you'd like to reach out.
Yeah.
Maybe we can put our LinkedIn too.
Oh yeah, do our LinkedIn, but like I said, this is something that we need as many eyes and hands on as possible. And so if you're willing to help us, we're willing to listen. So I think almost everywhere else.
Well, wow, what is, and thanks to the so thanks again of the session. Thanks for sharing with us a few final words for the day.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think it cut out. But anyways, I was saying, I think that I speak for everyone when I say we all watched some very inspiring and innovative presentations from all over the world today. We had over 50 speakers, 8 hours of programming, over 19 sessions from 7 different countries. So we had Lebanon that started off very strong. We had some great fireside chats with the UK network and the Brazil network. And we also had some really great solution showcases from Mexico, South Africa, Turkey, and then now the United States. So once again, we want to thank all of our innovators, our mentors, our champions, and our network program managers for all of their hard work. None of this would have been possible without them. And we do continue again tomorrow for another 6 hours of programming, which is going to start at 12:30 a.m. The network is going to have a great session called Breakthrough Innovation and Technology Towards Crisis Response. And then after that, we have our second YSIP programming called the STG Futures Lab. And that starts at 8 a.m. New York time and will run until 9 a.m. So good night to everyone, or good afternoon, or have a great rest of the day to everyone, depending on where you are on the world. And bye.